Hello, hello. How is everybody doing? I see there are a few people here already. Puppy Dog's here early. Wow, 8:45. Who else? Matilda's here. Rob's here. Q, Q, Q. Matilda's got electricity. That's always good. Yes. Puppy Dog can be better. That's cool. That's cool. Cool hat. Blondie's here. Hello, Blondie. More greeting. And Anna Sandra. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Are we listing tonight? Matilda, are we listing tonight? Really? Really? Is it your turn to become a buyer today? You know, all those buyers who don't read descriptions and titles and buy things and then realize that it's, DVD in the wrong region. It's in the title. Of course we're listing tonight. Right on the money. Taking photos? Yep. What are you taking photos of, puppy? Everyone having a good week on soap opera, sunrise, eBay. Huh? Do drafts. If I run out of photos, I do photos later. Yep. Hey, Xiao Furlong. What up? What up? Retro Ranger, hello. Joseph Makala Bennett. You must be new. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to our listing live stream. Are you here to do some listing? And if so, are you excited to get some focused listing done? If you're new, I think you are. We'll do 30 minutes of listing. There's a timer here that I start eventually, and then I don't talk for 30 minutes. I do listing, you guys do listing, the chat still happens, and then for 10 minutes after that, we go through the chat. If there's anything to talk about, I'll expand on it. Sometimes we talk about some things at length, in which case that 10 minutes gets blown out. Sometimes there's nothing to talk about that's worthwhile talking because it's all done in the chat anyways, and then we do another 30 minutes of listing. And for the most part, between now and 2 o'clock, so that's what, start at 9:30, 10, 11, 12, 1, 4.5 hours, we tend to get about 2 hours of focused listing done. So it's pretty productive. Glad you're here. eBay is the roller coaster at the moment. Indeed. Thrifting All Styles here. Hello. Have 30 items to list. That's very prepared of you. His name is hard to pronounce because it's got a V and a W, and I always struggle with this. Peter Van Winden. The first time he was here, he ran out of listings to do within the first 2 hours. But it's good because then it gives you an idea of how much you can actually get done in a certain amount of time. For me, I have thousands of photos, always, just because the way my system works is I get stuff in, I sort it out, and I try and photograph them so that they go into the wall. So I've got all these shelves in tubs, and I just want to skew everything so that they're not on the floor, they're not sitting in a death pile. And so for me, I've got all these photos waiting to list because it's part of clearing that space on the floor. So I generally don't run into the problem that a lot of the guys in the chat do, which is if I don't take enough photos, I run out of things to list, or once I'm done listing, I'll go back and take photos. I always have way more photos than I have listings, which also does mean that sometimes during busy periods, I forget what I've got. And then I'll open a folder and go, so I do have that item. I remember having it, and I don't think I've ever sold it. So here it is. So that's obviously one of the downsides. But I think with all things reselling, because we're one person, there is no bulletproof system. Every system has a pro and a con, and it really comes down to how you run your business. For me, in a house setting, I sell toys, so they're all really, really small items. If I don't put them away, they get stepped on, they get broken, my kids nick them. I can imagine with clothes, it's a lot easier to put stuff aside, hang it on a hanger, put them in a box somewhere. But with toys, man, you have them in a tub, and especially if the tub is not closable because it's already been piled on, stuff falls out, stuff gets knocked out of tubs. Dirt gets into the tubs, especially if it's in a garage like myself, dirt, dust, whatnot. So the faster I get things, photographs, put them to the wall, the better it is. What do you sell? And tell us whereabouts are you from? I'm guessing I'm going to say not Australia. I might be wrong, but I'm going to say not Australia. Whereabouts? Where do you hail from, good sir? Who else is here? I saw 2 people pop in. Mr. Roberts, hello. Groovy Thursday. We all sell older stuff. Thought I might try it. Give it an older theme. He's from the kingdom, the United Kingdom. God save the king. Welcome, welcome. Which part in the UK are you from? Paul Laurie's in the house. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Paul, you want to plug your extension? So for those of you who don't know, Paul has been busy working on an extension that essentially gets rid of the eBay tag on our post label. So when you're doing my post, if you were importing orders over from eBay, you would have noticed that the eBay tag, that the eBay :ECP764, that number was populating on line 1 and line 2. So he worked on an extension to get rid of it in one of the lines. So if that's something that you've noticed and you've been wanting to fix it and want to manually fix it, and you use Google Chrome, he's got an extension for that. So I'll let him plug it in the chat, and then hopefully it helps. And if you don't know how to install a Google Chrome extension, Paul will help. Paul will tell you. East London, a stone's throw from the Olympic Village. Cool. I've been meaning to go to the UK because my parents go quite often. I reckon every 3 years they go once because they've got family there, and my mum in particular, because her parents died when she was quite young, they've got relatives just they everybody has that person that they know that somehow just finds relatives, like they find that cousin of that whatever. So she just went and came back, and this trip it was someone who was born when she was 17, so it's still a cousin, but because they moved out of the village, and when her parents passed and this cousin was born, it's like they knew each other but not really. And then even when she reached out to this person had to vet her with other cousins, and then eventually she remembered that my mom was like the role model because she had to leave the village and make it in the big city, your old American Tale type thing. And then so this little girl who eventually grew up that my mom wanted to visit and get and reconnect with was told stories of like heroism, like you have to follow my mom because my mom was the example of hard work and making it in the world. And yeah, really sweet stuff. So the UK is that place for my family. And I suppose we have to talk soccer teams. I'm an Arsenal fan, always have been. I'm not sure if that makes you stay in the chat or leave the chat. You're welcome to tell me. I'm sure we got other soccer fans in the chat as well. Now that I've said it, you guys are going to come out of the wood and be like, no, not Arsenal. But yeah, always been an Arsenal fan. When I first started following the team, I think the lineup was like Dennis Bergkamp, Mark Overmars, David Seaman was the keeper, Tony Adams, Patrick Vieira, Ray Parler, that lineup. Hey, Joseph's an Arsenal fan as well. Cool. Isn't it amazing how the internet brings us together? How the algorithm works to, maybe you might want to turn up to this live stream. You might find something in common with the person running it. All right, Paul's got the link for his extension, and it's free. Everybody say thank you to Paul. Exactly. What Paul is doing is groovy. Thanks, Paul. Very generous indeed. It's very easy to install. I'm not very tech savvy. Managed to do it easily. Awesome. Bolo Hunters in the house. Cool. Bolo Hunter, are you Australian or are you in the UK? I don't think I've asked you what your name is as well. What is your name? Used to work at the Olympic Park. Michelle, hello. Only Michelle or Shell, never Mish. At this point, Chris, it's Paul for president, and we all just admire because of the stuff that he's making. Like, um, I feel like I create this space for you guys to come and be community, but I'm not actually doing it. I'm not actually gonna make anything new that will make your lives better. You know what I mean? It's like politicians making spaces for things, and then if someone actually makes a bill that's actually useful, I feel like Paul just made a bill that's really useful, and I've just kind of done the best with what has been given to me. Thus, Paul for president. We all would just admire. Mel, yes. Mel used to live in the UK for 10 years. Cool. Hello, Wendy. Miss Shirley. Just when I think I'm clocked off, I find myself in a listing live. It never ends. We never clock off. That's why today when I was having shaved ice, I thought to myself, I actually haven't had a break in a while. Like I haven't actually sat down and done nothing. And even then when I sat down, I still made content. So yeah. But that shaved ice was there was something about it. It was so we go to there's this place called Scoopy in Melbourne, and they make a variety of shaved ices. And usually when I go, it's always with friends. I've never sat there alone. And normally it's like someone will order the taro flavor, someone will order like the milk tea, someone will order the hojicha flavor, someone orders the matcha. And there's a sense of like the set flavors because it's the best flavors. And the one I had was honeydew with watermelon in it because I like honeydew and not everybody does. And so I sat there essentially enjoying what is a break that was paid for by Super Chats. Thanks, Puppy Dog. And on my own, making a choice that I didn't have to make because other people were there. So it all felt very surreal. It felt very like I found myself a bubble of rest. So yeah, I did enjoy that. And then because that place is usually really busy, and when I got there, I was like the first one there. I got a spot literally next to the window. So it was all very like bubble of rest. Yeah. Which is also to say all of you guys should find your bubbles of rest from time to time because reselling is very all encompassing and eats up every part of our life. It's like a virus. Hi, Liz. Can't do it. Can't do it. Beck, hello. Trying to get ahead. Starfield releases tomorrow. What is Starfield? Explain to me. That is relevant to my interest. Is that a show? I'm going to Google this. What is Starfield? What is Starfield? Oh, it's a game. Right. All right, everybody. We're not going to see CL for long for now, like 3 months. He's gone. Very symbolic. Indeed. Justin St. John, are you new here? And if you are, tell us where you're from. And how did you hear about this? And if it was recommended by YouTube, let me know because that tells me that the algorithm's working. CL video game on Xbox. He is very pumped. From the guys who made Skyrim and Fallout. Ooh. Wait, did they make Dishonored as well? Is it the same group? Yeah, same group. Last game I played properly was Dishonored, and I really enjoyed it. Didn't play the second one though. Use it to motivate me to do more so I can play more. That's fair. And Australia's here. Sweet. I can't believe how much time I found to play Hogwarts Legacy. I became very productive. Yes. Matilda, Chris, whatever works. And if you ever make coffee, I've made mine. All right. I was going to start the timer, but it is still 4 minutes from starting time. So let's see who else trickles in. We've got 19 people here at the moment. Maybe wait till there's 20. Then we'll start a timer. Justin, where are you from? If you can still hear me, if you're still here. Oh, I'm so tired. We had a Father's Day games night. Um, and yeah, the it's amazing. It's amazing trying to get dads to play games with their kids, especially like games that are fair, right? Because I think you have two challenges. Usually, when you run an event, the dads just want to get together and talk and let the kids play. And so this year, I thought, let's do something that where the dads. It's funny. You go to most parents' associations at school, and you find that they're mums traditionally. And so I wanted to do more. So I went and just went into one of these meetings, realized that of that demographic split, there was essentially one other dad and myself. And this other dad was more of a prayer group kind of guy. Like he's more, what's the word? Wise old sage. So he wasn't the activity kind of guy. But then when I got there, I was like, yeah, I want to organize some activities. And you could tell, like, so far it's just been movie nights, it's been, games nights, but like, let's hire out a bunch of soccer fields and let the kids go crazy. And I've been to some of them, and it felt like the dads would come and just chill, and the kids would just run around. And it wasn't really a Father's Day night, if that makes sense. And so then when I suggested, let's do a games night, I'll plan a couple of games where the dads and the kids actually have to play together. The moms were like, "Oh my gosh, that's a great idea!" And it's amazing that like there's so it's so I don't know how else to put it. I'm not trying to be stereotypical, but we just fall into these roles where moms want their kids to play with their dads, or want their dads to spend time with their kids. Dads generally want to do that as well, but they end up doing things that they are good at. So, for example, if you grew up in a footy household, your dad played footy, he'll teach the kids to play footy, and that's what he wants. It's like an imparting kind of play. It's never a let's just go on a water slide and see what happens kind of play, or let's just let's like there was a game that the kids play where you put an Oreo on your forehead and you just kind of wiggle your head, let the Oreo eventually fall down to your mouth and you eat it. Like that's something that the kids are just as good at as the dads. That doesn't quite happen organically between dads and kids. And so this event was a lot of those kinds of games where the dad could literally, like, one of the games you see on TikTok where like you got a cup of water on a roll of toilet paper, you just keep rolling the roll back and the water comes, but if the water spills, it breaks the paper. Those kind of games where the dads literally will lose to kids and the kids will be like, ha. And so that was what that night was. So yeah, the obviously the dads come, they're all doing their thing, they start talking to each other, and I had to go, all right, guys, go play with your kids. I see kids downstairs on their own. It's Father's Day night. Go find your kids, go play a game. And yeah, within after about 15 minutes, they start to warm up. Then you start to see them eventually having some fun with each other and realizing, oh, yeah, that's actually kind of fun. And the feedback was, let's do this again next year. So I got to at least can plan for it, kind of make more things happen. The school was really gracious, let us use the gym so we don't have to pay rental for a facility, which is sweet. Anytime you can save money for a big event, it's a good thing. Yeah, so all this to say, I'm learning about dads and kids. I'm also, my brain is active, but my body is just like, yeah. Anywho, that's me telling you about what's been happening. Justice in Queensland, seen you on a few other resellers' lives, and you gave great advice, so decided to subscribe. Thank you. Honored. John Roberts, Gran Turismo has always been his downfall. You have yes, when you have the wheel and the seat. Of course. The only thing missing is the exhaust, the smell of exhaust. It could be here's a business idea, right? People make candles make candles to smell like farts. What's stopping someone making a candle smelling like exhaust that isn't toxic, or is the only way to make the smell of exhaust toxic? I just imagine if you're playing Gran Turismo or Forza or whatever game is the hype, or in my case, last time I played a racing game, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit. Like, what's stopping you burning a couple of candles that smell like exhaust fumes? That'll make you more realistic. Liv, you're back for a second session. Hello. Welcome. Apparently, Gran Turismo is a good movie. Okay. We should all go watch it then. Heard there was a party here without me, so thought I'd crash it. Brad, you're always welcome to come and crash the party and add value in the comments. Write a long thing to help, us on our reselling journey. Impart wisdom. CL still talking about Xboxy things. Thank you, Matilda. We had fun. Thank you, SJK. You're also new here. Tell us your name and how did you hear about the live stream? Welcome. Hope you're ready to list. We'll start a timer shortly. Rob saying hello everyone again. And Blake's here. Blake, hang around for at least 1.5 hour session. Last time you left before that first session was done. Granted, you work very hard during the day and you probably wake up early. But let's start the timer and let's all still be here by the end of the timer. How's that sound? Ready? Let's go. Brad. Buy low, sell high. Ain't that the truth? And on that note, starting the timer. Well, I gotta finish this one more listing. I wanted to get to 20 before we start talking. Give me a sec. Go. What has transpired in the chat? Let's see. I'm gonna start from the bottom because last time we start from the top. By the time I get to the bottom, people are like disappear. So let's go. Let's see. Hello, champs. Hello. Life of a reseller. Blake made it to the end of the first session. Thank you. John, you're 20 by 2. That sounds fair. Well, to be fair, I do sell very specific things, and so therefore, for those of you who are new, I sell toy cars, I sell toy trains, I sell toy planes, I sell action figures. It's very much rinse and repeat. I do move between 1,000 to 1,500 items a month. So as you can imagine, a lot of that stuff's in my head. When I photograph, it's very much snap, snap, snap. I've got a video on the channel which shows you how I take a photograph of a toy car, and you can see it's a very quick process. I always upgrade my iPhones whenever the new one comes out. So essentially, it gets faster because if you can imagine, your hands get tired, your hands start to shake, but I still can snap, and the stabilization works quite well. Once the lighting is balanced, the phone does the rest of it. So for those reasons, when I'm 30-minute session, generally 20 drafts can be done. The photos were already done beforehand, and if you came after the session started, I just said that I take photos of stuff so that they can go into the wall, and those photos sit in a folder with the name of the folder being the SKU location. That way, all this stuff isn't on the floor cluttering up my storage space, because I do a great job of adding to that pile already. I source heavy. I generally, one of the plus sides of having a niche store is that you know that you're going to sell the stuff. So it's not like I buy the stuff hoping it'll sell. I know it'll sell when I eventually get to it. When I process it, it sells. And so I generally try my best to get photos done first. And so when I'm here, you'll never ever hear me say I've run out of photos. Jody saying your Instagram showing how different your photos are was amazing. Yeah. So for me, I feel like everybody has this mentality that when you take a photo, that when you go to eBay, so when you're a beginner, you think I found an item. The item is a bolo. Be on the lookout. It's a hot item. I found a treasure. I'm gonna put it on eBay. I know what I got. And that approach means you just take the item, take the photo of the item, and all the photograph conveys to the buyer is, I have the item. And then as you start you start narrowing down, you start to consider, hey, I'm going to take a photo of this detail and that detail. And then, but it's still very much of this item has these details. So I've got the item, then you upgrade to, I've got the item with these details. Then eventually you start to showcase the item, where you're taking the details on certain angles so that people can see the differences in texture, the way light might shine off things at a particular angle. You're starting to even help them to imagine what it's like to own the item before they buy the item. In one of my previous videos, I talked about the example of a blender. How back in the day when you bought a blender, you didn't know you knew what the blender could do, but you didn't really know what the experience was like. Whereas now you can go on YouTube, you can literally see how the blender spins the liquid with whatever is in it. You can see how the bubbles form. You can hear the sound through really good mics. That's the expectation of online shopping now. People want to experience the item. So when they get the item, it performs as expected. There's no longer the surprise of how it's going to perform. And especially back then, when if you bought one brand of blender, you didn't have any idea how it compared to any other brand of blender. As far as you're concerned, it did the job of the blender until you go to your friend's house and you realize that. Here's an example, right? I always thought when you buy, like, an oven is an oven. I didn't realize an oven had I didn't realize there were levels to ovens. And so if I say to you, do you cook salmon in an oven? Most of you will say, no, it dries out the salmon. Except I went to New Zealand and one of my friends who runs a big business, they cooked their salmon in the oven and it came out juicy. And everyone's just like, how? And eventually someone asked the question, what oven do you have? And they went, oh, we have a Gaggenau oven. Now and then the whole room went, right. See what I mean? So it's like, and for those of you guys who know, these are like really expensive ovens in like really big houses. We have never used one, and we will probably never ever use one with reselling money. Okay. So the point being is, like, back in the day, you would buy one thing, and until you went to a friend's house and saw how their blender worked, you had no idea. Whereas now, everyone kind of has an idea. And if they research, they can more or less compare and get an idea. And for those reasons, when you take photos on eBay, you need to showcase the item so that the buyer can instantly imagine what it's like to have the item. And that's really all what it comes down to. So I have the item. This item has these details. Here's the item as it would be in your house. So for me, toy cars, I level. I don't take them from a distance. It's very much as a person expects to see it on their shelf. Things like that. Gold FM, we're talking about collections tonight. Someone rang and said they had Hot Wheels. His dad had a warehouse full. Yeah, there are actually photographs of people doing this where they will literally put Hot Wheels, they will build shelves along staircases and walls and just spend days just changing the colors around or just laying them on their floor. There are literal warehouse. There's like a warehouse, like a giant shed of it in Queensland as well. People just accumulate. And here's the thing: when a car costs $2 to $10 each time you go to the shops, you can build it up very quickly and not even realize it until you want the space back and you're like, I don't even know how to sell this, and I'm gonna ask for some ridiculous, 6-figure, 5-figure kind of number, and no collector is gonna buy it. And everyone who ends up buying it ends up being a reseller, because the buyer behavior is I add to it one by one, like adding pebbles to a wall that eventually becomes this thing building. It's a very brick by brick type thing. It's never I'm just gonna buy the whole collection. Obviously, there are some collectibles where you would buy collections and be quite happy doing it. But I feel with the Hot Wheels community is very much one by one by one by one by one by one by one. All right, going back up in the chat. Where are we? So for me, during these listing lives, I try and get about 100 done. So 2 listing live sessions, so that's 200 listings a week. Once again, selling 1,000 to 1,500 items a month, I kind of need to list that much as well. But it's also very much rinse and repeat. And my margins are a lot lower than you guys, dollar-wise. So I'm paying $1 for a Hot Wheel. I will sell it for about 5 to 10. Whereas I'm guessing someone like Amanda, Mandy, you're buying dresses at, I guess, $10, but you're selling them at like 200. So it's not really potato. And you do what your model requires, really. Reading backwards on the chat's weird because it's like reading answers to questions I haven't read before. Let's do. So this was the question. How many answers list today? So Blake's 25-30. So he does clothing predominantly, and yours is. I'm guessing clothing is quite rinse and repeat as well, because especially with shirts, pants, it's not like it's not like dresses. You have to lay them out a particular way, right? Liv's doing 3 to 5, depending on part time and stock. But Liv, you've got a room of death, and from what I could tell, you also do clothing. So with clothing, you would do less. You wouldn't really be doing 100. Because I can imagine that would be a lot of work. I do clothing from time to time, and even then, it's like you have to move your whole body. I think that's it. With toys, you're sitting in the same spot. There's a tub of cars here. The tubs they're meant to go into, and it's just like shoop, and it's this motion. With clothes, it's getting up, it's sitting down, it's shoulder movement, and it's tiring. So that we're not comparing. We cannot compare. Two completely different. It's almost like 2 different sports, I feel. So Wendy's part-time, 5 at the moment. Wendy, you do clothes as well, right? Yeah, so Paul's interesting. Paul actually aims for dollar value, not really item quantity. And Paul does replenishables as well. So once again, different model. So Paul reckons Etsy is forgiving in terms of processing time, but the fees are crazy. Yep, Etsy's fees are higher. I'm wrapping up items for tomorrow's dispatch. Already been to post office this morning. Don't really enjoy packing. I could source all day long. That's another conversation topic, right? What do you? I think we talked about this two lives back. Like, what do you like to do versus what you absolutely hate to do? I'm like you. I hate the packing process, and I also have learned. I think on Tuesday we mentioned that if I could just be the planner, the project manager, and delegate the work, that would give me a lot of relief. If someone said to me, "You just sort it out," I will go and tell me what to do, and I'll go do it. That's the partnership I want. So if I were to hire people, it's all the doers who maybe they'll come up with ideas every once in a while of how to refine what they do. But for the most part, they come to the table looking to learn what they need to do, and then they just do it, and they do it faster over time with more or less no input as to how to do it better. Those are my favorite employees. And for those of you who think that those people don't exist, they do. If you go work in a kitchen, and I worked in hospitality before, there are those who aspire to be chefs and they've always got something to say. And then there are those who are more than happy to just be like the fastest ninja, fruit chopping person in the kitchen, because they know if anybody wants their job, you got to cut faster than me. And they're just like, and they just want to do that. And so I need to find those people who do one thing. My sister loved photographs, was great at that, and great at sorting doll stuff. So like Sylvanian family stuff that, you needed pincers to move the accessories around, like miniature stuff. She was great at that. The moment she left, I stopped selling that category because I'm like, I'm not sorting through that crap. And also with photographs, at one point she was taking photographs faster than me, and I take photos at a pretty fast clip. So, yeah, that's kind of what I mean. So we always got stuff we like and don't like. For me, packing. Ugh. And I think the only thing that gets me packing is the fact that it's in that urgent bucket. So I'm not sure if you guys have done that quadrant of like urgent and important, where you've got what is it? Like there's urgent and important, and then things that are urgent and important you always do first, then you come back around. Then there's urgent, unimportant. Then I think urgent, unimportant, you try your best to delegate it if you can. And then there's like not urgent, not important. Get rid of it. And then there's like not urgent, important, and that one you can do more or less later, but you have to figure out and plan for it. So because packing is urgent, important, that's the only reason I get it done. Otherwise, I'm like, I can probably not do it too. Octopus is here. If you guys haven't subscribed to the Disgruntled Octopus channel, do so. It's chaotic, but great value. So it's Disgruntled Octopus, Grumpy Granny. Speaking of which, where is Grumpy Granny? Grumpy Granny is normally here as well. Around this time actually. And sorry I couldn't make it. Yeah, that's right. Sorry I couldn't make it to your live this morning. I was pooped. Had to move some stuff from yesterday to today because of the Father's Day thing at school yesterday, and so today I was like just busy getting stuff done in the morning and couldn't pop onto your live. Blake, your YouTubes have been good, slowly trying to catch up on them. Yep. Blake's very short and sweet. I liked your one this morning as well. The 5 things you need to do before you start reselling. Very, very real. Live packing is not easy at times, especially as an almost and everything reseller, from egg timer to clothing, all need to be packed up today. Ugh, yeah. Sounds like you need to streamline. Jody went to a different part of town to drop off a delicate large item. Next time we'll post it. Oh my god, the traffic. Liz has a 50-liter box full of books. I have ambitions to draft tonight. Do it. And we're all in this channel, we're all about figuring out what that overdrive looks like. So if you reckon you're gonna, if you reckon you can get through that pile, you get through that pile. And if you surprise yourself, then you now know. I think that's it. If you know you can crunch and grind it out, then there are weeks when you feel like going back to normal and it just doesn't feel right. You're like, I kind of want to work at a faster pace. You get a bit restless. Or maybe I'm just on the spectrum. I don't know. But it's exciting though. It's like if you're used to doing 10 items a day, suddenly you get to 20, you're like, huh? Have I been able to do 20 all along? And then you're curious and you just push and push and push and push and push until, well, in my case, Jen says to me, dinner's ready, get up here. And like, all right. Traffic can't be compared to London traffic where I live. I have sat in it and cried a few times. Hey, there's another London person here. Joseph? I think it's Joseph. Yes. Comment so that we can see you again. And yeah, Joseph, Gunners fan. So I said I was a Gunners fan. He's a Gunners fan. Who do you go for? Jody's got cooking books to list. Awesome. Free records, nice, but not in great condition. Isn't the condition of records everything? Like the moment you have the slightest of scratches, Jazz and Brandon, Jazz, you guys sell vinyl. Like, isn't it like the moment you have like the slightest of scratches, it's just you might as well not sell them? Or am I wrong? Because I get the feeling that like they're like vinyl people are way less forgiving than CD people. Is that the case? Game Junkies here. Is there a way to make it show 100 items per page instead of 10? Off the bit. Cool. Thanks, yo. Clothing is very rinse and repeat. Getting lots of the same similar brands is great. Sell similar and change color and size. Yeah, pretty much. Average cost per item is about 4, and now it's even lower after that bulk buy. See? So you don't have to work at the same pace that we do. You can pretty much pay for retirement at the rate you're going. Oh, this coffee's gone cold already. This is something that parenting teaches you to endure. Cold coffee. This thing is as cold as like tap water now. You can see it on my face. That wasn't enjoyable. The measuring with clothes is the killer for me. Anyone else? So, you guys, I popped by the thrift store today and I was just curious. I thought, just for kicks, I'm just gonna create another eBay store and do some general thrifting, because I feel like, as niche as I am with a lot of the toys, it feels like a lot of you guys are general sellers. So I figured I just try my luck generally and see how I go. So I picked up like a bunch of random t-shirts, right? I'm not sure how these are gonna go. We shall see. It could suck, it could be great. I've got no idea. But essentially what I'm saying is I'm signing up for the suck that is starting all over again. Just for kicks and for content. Because how can you say you truly understand the suffering of the beginner unless you do it yourself? Ain't that right? Jason, do we have to admit how little we list daily, weekly, monthly? Well, you don't really do this as a main thing, though. You do this on the side, and even then you got replenishables, and you have the buffer to wait for people to pay your prices. So in that sense, you don't grind as hard as the rest of us, mate. And you also don't have little kids to feed. That's probably a good thing, too. I've got 2 tiny little mouths. They cost money. The Room of Doom is getting better until I go on a sourcing trip to Adelaide. Ha 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 ha. I only do a few clothing, don't enjoy listing them. I do more antique. Okay. Easy to set up, only measure bust, waist, and length, though. It's a little bit of everything at the moment. I have a Room of Doom. New Supermoon is hoping I can give me more energy. Monday mornings, yeah. A few days again, I redid my clothing photo station. I only shot a pair of jeans and shirt. It was too hard. Already worked out the changes. Sold the jeans today. Nice. I listed using a timer that helped me more than doing a number of listings. Yep. Yeah, I've also discovered that my son loves working with timers. Like, you get him, you ask him to do homework, he's like, he gets distracted, whatever. And then the moment you give him a timer, it's like he's trying to beat the timer. Things you figure out, right? How many of you kids are timer kids? Have timer kids or are timer people? I'm the same with the margins, selling trading cards, so list a lot per day. I'm part-time and list between 20, 30 per day. Cool. I was contemplating getting a part-time job, and that's the job I want. Something I don't have to think about. I've managed people for too long and it's awful. I think that's why bank tellers love being bank tellers and hate the fact that they have referral targets. If you guys ever go into the bank, if banks still exist where you are, you'll notice the telling part, they love it. The whole counting the money, like they love that part. To the point where some still lick their fingers and do it. And then it's like the smoking thing. They go, ew, that's so gross. But yeah, I'm not dead yet. You know, people who smoke to that 70, 80, they still don't die from lung cancer. I feel like that's the same thing with people who lick their fingers and count money. It's like, you're taking a swig of the bacteria every single time. Yeah, but I'm not dead yet. So, but the moment you tell them to like refer them to the financial planner and talk about, would you like to go borrow some money? Have you spoken to someone about a better savings account? They get super awkward. It's like, no, I just want the one job of counting money. That's all I want to do. You have to show me your setup, trying to get solid ideas for the new house setup. All right. Show us too. If you want to show us on Instagram. I used to make peas for my Barbies as a kid out of plasticine. Crazy focus when I'm interested. Interesting. Also, plasticine is such an old word, Jody. The fact that we all obviously know what plasticine is because we've all grown up with that word. But damn, I haven't heard that word in a long time. We just all call it Play-Doh now, isn't it? Plasticine, dang. It's funny you say that. I still can remember the smell of plasticine. It was it's so hard to describe plasticine. Jody wants to know what trading class Justin sells. I also grade some cards before selling as well. So 1 day per week, I'm getting cards prepped and in the grading submission system and pack ready to send. Justin, can you message me on Instagram? I'm very keen to get some cards graded as well, and I've never done it. And I don't know who to send it to because I've heard like mixed things about how depending on which group you go to, some might swap some cards or whatever. I've essentially got a bunch of NBA rookie cards I want to get graded. It's the Luka Doncic Trae Young year. I've got, I think, 20 of them want to get dropped because I just happened to unbox like a couple of crates, like the retail crates, and I got bored of that process and never got into trading cards, whatever. But then those were the cards that was that year, coincidentally. And then when I finally wanted to get rid of them this year, just get the space back, it occurred to me it was that year. So yeah, I got to get them graded. So hit me up. I want to learn if you're willing to point me in the right direction. The only thing I'm changing is I'm changing the whole room, new photo station for clothes and one for everything else. And at last, a packing station. This could take a week or two. I picked up another standing desk from Officeworks. I went there yesterday and they had one on clearance, like the display model. And they just wanted $100 for it. It's like, sweet. So I'm going to figure out how to turn this bit, get this bit out of here somehow. Because I don't think we have any guests coming in the near future. I might figure out how to get a bit that folds or whatever. And then have this desk here so that we can do multiple things like research stuff, show and tell, maybe? Yeah. Could be cool. Then I can essentially, like when I bring a bulk lot in, pop the bulk lot there, go through them all, do unboxing videos live even, comp them on the spot if we want to. Yeah, could be fun. I like photographing like items in a batch, but I enjoy variety as well. Overall, can have good processors and interesting mix too. Jazz, I feel like you've got a generally chirpy disposition to this whole reselling thing. Never lose it. And does that mean that if those of us who hate certain aspects of it and complain about it, we're kind of like the old people at work? It's like, ugh. I feel like I'm getting there. I don't like that I'm getting there. It's only been 4 years full time, and I'm already getting there in some aspects. It's like I'm ready to delegate. The moment I can afford stuff, I'm like, take it and go. So A is asking Mandy to do more reselling instead of getting a job. What does Mandy have to say to that? Justin sells Pokemon cards, other trading cards as well, and as well as every sports card known to man. Jody goes through peaks and troughs. Whereabout does Joseph live in London? Joseph said East London, near the Olympic Park. Adam Adamson used to live in London, now live in Melbourne. I feel the traffic is worse in Melbourne. Traffic lights everywhere. Wait till you live in KL. I used to, like, growing up in Malaysia, everything was like 2 hours in peak hour to go from A to B. Only when I went back did I realize that it was a 20-minute drive that became 2 hours in peak hour traffic. It didn't occur to me. I just stuck in the car for so long. Jonas is here. Hello, hello. Okay, I need to ask this, because if I don't ask this, it's gonna look worse with each live stream. AA, what's your name? I've forgotten. Please remind me. Brad, yes or no, really more things can go wrong. Yes or no, really more things can go wrong, warping, etc. What's that? I need context for that comment. Nurse's coffee. I bought coffee, reheated 7 times. Oh my gosh. It's so gross though, because you see the separation in the coffee with each reheat. And like the bubbles don't even look like bubbles anymore. Lee, hello, new to the channel, sell toys and video games, just catching up on your videos. I'm in the UK. Have you changed any of your processes coming into Q4? That's a great question. Also, Lee, which part of the UK are you from? We have worked out that there's someone in East London. AA is in London, has yet to tell me the soccer team they go for. Where are you from and who do you go for? Gunners fan. Like Dennis Burkamp, David Seaman, Gunners fan. So for a long time. Processes coming into Q4. We'll tackle that at the end of the chat. I'm still looking. Sandra, hello, welcome, and heading to work shortly. Game Junkie talking about vinyls. They still will sell for the covers. That's fair. Sales finally fairly slow for a good couple of months. They got me thinking that a part-time job would fill the gap. I have some grand plans, and for those that know me, they might include Hanson. Ooh. We don't have a Skew You t-shirt yet. No, we don't. Granny's gonna make one apparently. Jason Grinds. Listen like a crazy woman. Yep. Vinyl customer will tell you what kind of vinyl customer they are before they buy. Oh yeah, that's actually very true. I have heard that complaint that they will tell you. I have a story about someone who complained actually. So most Hot Wheels customers, right, they don't like the fact that the Hot Wheels touch each other. And so when I pack it, I generally pack it with enough bubble wrap that they don't move. But I don't like packing them individually because they're a very small item. So the fact that you have to, if you roll them up like a blunt, put one tape, then you close it in like a present. Essentially, you've got tape. It's annoying to open, especially if you're shipping like 10 cars to a person and you have to gingerly cut the tape on every single one, because if you rip it gets stuck in the crevices. And sometimes the Hot Wheels cars have like spoilers on them and they're plastic on metal and then they come off. And so it's a gingerly process that is not fun, and I don't enjoy it, and most collectors I know don't enjoy it. But every so often I'll get someone who will be like, what do you have to say for yourself? You should have packed this in, you should have wrapped it in individually wrapped them. You should have at least wrapped them in tissue paper. And so I've learned that there is this exception that they will tell me. And then so I used to be annoyed. I used to want to block them, but then I'm like, nah. And what I've learned to do is I just reply back. And usually these messages come with like caps locking, like, what do you have to say for yourself? Like, what's the matter with you? All that kind of stuff. Very easy to take it personally if you're not prepared. And so I just reply, if you look at my feedback, all the my buyers are happy. The way I ship to you is the way I normally ship to everybody, and from the feedback you can tell they're happy. Thank you for requesting them to be individually wrapped. I've noted it, and I will do it the next time for your next order. So all I'm really saying is, I agree that I agree that your request is not unreasonable, but it is an exception. I'm willing to do it, and I hope that you buy again, and I expect you to buy again, because I'm a good seller. That's really all I'm saying, without arguing and calling them a dick and all that kind of crap. Some people get offended; they will reply back and then block. Not me, because I recognize the store is built for that particular collector as well, and then they usually end up buying more. So yeah, one way to diffuse it, if you can incorporate. I have a track record of doing it well. And here's the thing, right? There are people who will complain, but they don't send you photos because the items didn't arrive damaged. They just wanted it packed differently. They're just anal about it. You know, if they've damaged the item, they'll tell you. They'll send you photos. Be like, look, I'm not lying. But these ones will come. It's like just complaining. Like I expected better. And I go, okay, thanks for telling me. You didn't tell me before. You just assumed that it would arrive that way. Now that you've told me, I'll do it. And then when you do it, suddenly they're like your biggest fans, and they end up buying more and more and more and more and more. So this is something that happened this week. Doesn't happen often. It's like one in every 500 customers they'll do that. But when they do it, they end up being a solid, reliable, don't go anywhere else kind of customer. And you can see in their feedback too, based on what they buy. You'll be like, huh, I noticed that I'm filling up your feedback. Mandy didn't like the upselling in the bookstore. Yeah, upselling sucks. Well, I enjoyed upselling, but I know a lot of people who didn't. And when you hear them talk, it's really awkward. Does anybody know the original use for Play-Doh? Nope, I don't. Thanks, Blake. TRA Collective and Bentley are good for grading, very trustworthy. Okay. Yep, Justin messaged me too. Recommerce Dave is here. Hello. We're now talking about plasticine still. Gordon Ramsay visited our local market in Preston. New show was being taped, coming out soon. Might spark interest in cookbooks. For those of you guys who like automation and Excel, go follow Jonas's channel, Resell Excel. So he likes that stuff. I don't like that stuff. So if you want Excel stuff, you'll never get it from my channel. You'll get it from Resell Excel, also from CL Furlong's channel. And Lee, perfect timing, because we're going to talk about your question. Raining today, but the weekend looks good for the car boots. I'm in Cheltenham, Gloucester. Is that how we pronounce it? Did I do it right? Gloucester? Not Gloucester, as much as you might hate that. I'm sure everybody does it. Gloucestershire. But was born in southeast London, Greenwich? Is that how we say it? Oh my gosh, I'm on a roll. Gloucestershire, Greenwich. Liverpool fan. You guys have a good start to the season though. Night, Wendy. So A is in London as well. A, what's your name? Remind me, please. Did I miss it up there? I think did I? I asked it and kept reading the chats. So that's Lee's question. I like Lee's question, which was, have you changed any of your processes? Debs, that's it. All right, have you changed Thank you for reminding me. Most gracious. Have you changed any of your processes coming into Q4? Hmm. Good question. How about you guys? I don't think I've changed any processes per se. Um, I'm definitely trying to get more space back so that I can buy more, list more, sell more. Um, Usually the sales just pick up because with toys it usually does. And so what that looks like is whatever time I'm not packing, I am just listing. Really, it's about making the time to pack. So in terms of changes, I've already got the postmaster for the postmaster for the local post office. She picks up the parcels from my house. Generally, give her an hour, 2 hours notice. She'll come and pick it up and go. Because it's only like a 5 minute drive from where I am, so that helps. Um, I already take a lot of photos, so I have more photos than I need. Then I have more photos than listings I can actually do, which means if I want to spend more time listing, I can. I don't have a process of keeping on top of stock levels though, which is interesting because with a niche store, I want to make sure that I have because I've got stuff in my death. I've got stuff not death pile, like stuff in my inventory pile, um, that I don't list because if I list, I'll end up with like a quantity of 3 to 5 of the same item. Even if it's price varying for quantity, it just makes it move slower because people go, yeah, I can wait. There isn't that urgency anymore. So in that sense, sometimes with Q4 when I'm packing a lot, when I come to list, I'll be like, oh, I haven't had that item and haven't had that item for a week, and so. But if I had listed that item, I probably would have sold. So I guess one of the things I would do is actually take the chance of listing one more quantity of that same item, um, just because I expect things to move faster and at more quantity. But I don't actually have a system of notifying me when that happens. It's just me packing and no. Oh yeah, I remember now because during the Christmas period, I generally have help. So Brian comes packing as well. I remember that I used to be on top of it when I was doing all the packing because then I would touch and know which items were moving. But it wouldn't be the same if someone else is packing because they know what's leaving the warehouse and I'm not. Obviously, with replenishables, you would be able to check stock levels on a spreadsheet, so to speak. But with used items, I don't know. I've got to figure that out actually. Yeah, because the answer is just for me now, pack the items yourself, right? But that's not what I want to do. So, good question. And if anyone has an idea of how to keep tabs on used stock, let me know. What else? That's about it, really, for me. Be keen to hear how it is for you guys in terms of Q4 and if you make any changes. Uh, Jody telling us that Play-Doh was used to remove coal stains from wallpaper when they used coal to heat the fire. Huh. Interesting. Possible Bolo coming. Disney have announced that they are no longer going to be producing DVDs for our region, only online streaming. US region DVDs will still be available. Does anyone know a way to automatically print address labels for non-tracked items? I don't, and I'm wondering if Tom does, if Tom's in the chat, because he does a lot of untracked, and he does do it via. He does have a Zebra label printer as well. I wouldn't. I don't know. But I'm curious to know who does. Jason, you don't do untracked from memory, so but do you know? Um, I'm getting very firm on my listing management now, so I don't end up with 3-year-old items. How? Elaborate. I still don't think the Disney DVDs will go up much. they've been too heavily mass-produced. True. Question for John: where do you source your items? Mostly Facebook Marketplace, Gumtree, eBay. So my model is get the widest range of a particular thing, and then keep replenishing it so that when somebody is looking for that one thing and they want other related things, my store is the go-to place. And then the repeat buying dynamic means that they no longer go to the search anymore. They just come to my store and search for it, and I reliably produce it. So to that end, buying collections of toys that are more or less complete, Facebook Marketplace is the place to go. Because if I go to a thrift store, I'll get one character but not the other. I'll get one vehicle but not the other. But if I go buy a Hot Wheels collection from a collector on Marketplace or a buy sell swap group, there's a good chance that if they like one car that I like, they'll probably like 500 cars that I like. In which case, then the whole collection just fits into the store with a couple of offcuts for condition. Yeah, same with toys, right? There's no way I've got what is like 6 My Little Ponies here. I know the ponies are coming out again. So I've got 6 My Little Ponies here, right? I bought them for my daughter. But there's no way I pick up all 6 in the same thrift shop. Very hard for that to come by. Marketplace, very easy. So that's the reason why I source a Marketplace. Yeah, so for me, I source a Marketplace. I'm willing to drive more. The furthest I've driven, I reckon, was how many Ks in that day? About 200 kilometers that day. I think I drove. I'll pay for most of it up front as well. If they're willing to take payment up front, I'll pay for it, because sellers of used toys are not dodgy. They're just parents, really. And if you tell, and they're parents, I'm a parent, I get it. If someone said to me, I'll pay for it up front, bank transfer, when it clears, take the listing down, I'll do it, because I will get messages from everybody and I don't want to reply. And the thing that pisses parents off the most is 2 things. All right. Just imagine you're a parent. You get messaged a lot by people. When you don't reply them and they get nasty with you, you want to be nasty back, but you've got kids watching you. It's just an overall annoying experience. And parents who have sold a Marketplace enough eventually get that, like, the faster it moves, the better. This is like a necessary evil for me. I don't want to have to, it's attention. I don't want to just donate the toys. I know there's value there, but I also don't want to I don't want to like have to deal with a bunch of people coming to my house nonstop. So when you think of meeting that need, for me, it's like, I'm interested. I'll pay your asking price. Sometimes I'll even pay them more so that they don't field any more inquiries. If there's margin for it, I'll pay them more. I'll pay up front, bank transfer, not even PayPal. And then I won't even give them a pickup date. I'll you can take the ad down or come pick it up within the next 2 weeks. And then for the next 2 weeks, I'll just do that same process. And by the time I'm done, there'll be one day I'll just drive, however many 100 Ks I need to drive, fill up the back of my truck, bring it back home. So that's kind of what I do. And that's pretty competitive, because most beginners don't pay up front because they're scared. And most beginners don't drive that far. So yeah, that's how I kind of line it all up. That's my sourcing strategy. Hi, Mandy. Thanks for popping by. Not really any changes. My changes come more with different trading card game product releases or sports seasons starting, and I list more in those categories, as that is what people want at the time. Yep. So your seasons are not tied to Q4. Another Adam. Hello. Save orders on eBay page and use the import data in the Dynamo app. That sounds interesting. I cut and paste address details for my untracked letter items and have a separate thermal printer for that purpose only. Cool. More printer talk. More printer talk. Cool. We're still 30 strong. I am good to start another timer if you are. Shall we? Let's go. I just got told off by Jenny for picking the wrong cycle in the washing machine. I said if I put some clothes in, can you hang it for me while I'm doing the live stream? She said yes, and then I picked the wrong cycle, so now she's sleeping a bit later. And I just looked at the messages and she was pissed. I messaged back saying, "I'll do it. I'll hang it up. Don't worry." But I fear I might be too late because I think she's already asleep. So I think she's already done it, and I feel really bad. Hey, Grumpy Granny's here. Woot. All right. Where we at? 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 Not much happening in the chat because I feel like the energy is dying down. Let's see. So, Jen's from the Cajun Reseller Roots live stream, and they're actually running a live stream right now. And he popped in earlier, and I said thanks for popping in, but I wasn't going to talk because I was doing the 30-minute period, and I think he left. So then I went back to just say thank you because I didn't realize he was live as well. So they're in morning time in the States, and then I just went there and said thank you, and then a bunch of people might have come here and looked and seen what we're doing. So Jen's from that chat. So she posts all the links for all the people who comment. If they've got a channel, she'll just put the links so people can go and follow and get subscribers, I guess. And just promote what's happening in the community. So they've actually got a calendar of activity happening. So if you check out Cajun Roots Reseller, KAJUN, you'll see like all the activity. They play bingo, which is pretty cool. So lots of ideas for what we can do on our live streams as well. Michelle uses EIZ to do all labels, including MyPost whistles and plain envelope labels. I also enter tracking number for track envelopes. What's EIZ? We're going to check it out. Apparently there's a free and full version. And then we talked a little bit about cars. I've just discovered when you do a draft, you can just make copies of a draft if you have a heap of the type of thing to list, keep everything the same, and only have to change some info. Yeah, I do that too. So when I was listing baby clothes, I used to just list them by size, by size and theme. So that way I can keep the theme the same, the size the same, and even like if they're the same kind of design, so like if they're zips or long sleeves or short sleeves, batch them up as similar as possible. And yeah, you're right. Just create copy, and then select how many you want, and just upload all the photos, and you're just changing the colors more or less. Yep, and it brings the images and promotion rate, so actually technically better than a template. Yeah, for sure. Lots of ways to actually do things faster on eBay. I think people don't. I think we're suckers for punishment. I think that's it. Like we don't ever think to do things more efficiently until someone points it out. And even then, if we are so busy, we don't adopt the new idea until one day when we have a bit of time and we try it and we go, holy crap, why have I not done this earlier? It's a human thing. Such a human thing. Here's another human thing, right? I remember because we're close on the channel, and you guys know what's going to happen when I say because we're close on the channel. I remember what was it? I can't remember it was my dad or one of my uncles. We were in a public toilet, and I heard pee. You hear the trickling of pee. Then I heard the blowing of a nose, and I went, "How did those things happen at the same time?" And then the reply was, "The toilet roll is right there. It's within reach. If I have one hand holding my thing, another hand I can grab a tissue and just blow my nose." And I went, That's so efficient. Why have I not thought of that? And so that is something that I may or may not do sometimes. But yeah, I was like, wow, you know what I mean? Like you never think because people just do the same thing over and over again, and you just don't ever think to do anything differently until someone points it out. Applies to all areas of life. That's my point. But clearly, most of you are fixated on the fact that I just mentioned the toilet example. Promo rate, so that's awesome. Yep. Correct. Grumpy Granny is here, lurking in the house. That pillow looks a bit hard. Which one? That's not the pillow. Oh, actually, yeah. This is the Captain America bag that I was telling you guys about that I wore at that conference. So you can imagine, I had this literally strapped to my back the whole time, and people would just comment on the bag. See, wait, which way do I turn? This way. So I literally had this thing strapped to my back the whole time. And when I asked you guys if anyone was near Bendigo to go pick it up, that's what I meant. I'm literally trying to find replacements for that, so that if I go to 10 years worth of conferences, I want to be known as the guy with that bag because I don't think anyone's going to carry a shield bag. Discovered something. That plus the mohawk, people talk to you. And you make it into B-roll. So all the conference B-roll, all the B-roll is just essentially the clips of people talking at the different booths and stuff. Yeah, you make it into B-roll when you have a bag and a mohawk. Had a good night so far. Sold 2 reel-to-reel tape players. What is that? Grumpy Granny sharing a link of some sort. Gotta go have a look. I'm guessing she wants us to have a look. And I'm using the StreamYard chat, so I can't click the link. I'm gonna go to the actual. Yeah, the link to the this is the link to the Cajun Roots show. So everybody go say hi. So if you guys can do me a favor, go to that link and just click on it, and then in the chat, because they're still running now, just go, hi, John the reseller sent me. Just go and populate that chat. Just say good day. Just say good day from Australia. I reckon it'll be the most Australians they've ever had in their chat ever, because there's only, I think, 28 people watching at the moment. Go do it. Should be fun. Grumpy. Mini Funkos sell quite well, actually. I have a couple of really rare ones as well. Very good. Grumpy Granny is doing well. Too much information. There's never such thing as too much information, Grumpy Granny. Information helps us all. Don't mix the hands up, I guess. I also reckon because whoever this, it's blur. I don't know whether it was my uncle or my dad. I have to figure it out now. But it's like maybe you get to an age where you just don't care anymore. It's just like, it's my body. Every part of it's my body. I think some people, I remember some old people saying that it's like, it's all my fluid kind of thing. And you're like, no. But yeah, some people just don't care the older they get. Yes, Mr. Roberts, this is a very, very happy place, and it's a very special place indeed. Hey, you guys are doing it. I see it. Hello from down Jonas. John. So I've got it here. John Roberts was first, followed by Jonas, followed by Paul, followed by only 3 of you. Come on, do better. Do better. I expect better from my following. Grumpy Granny. Oh, Liz? Yep, Liz has done it. This is crashing and saying hello to all of them. This is dope. Dope. I think this is it, right? This is what YouTube community can be like, I feel, where everybody just kind of just shares and hangs out and does stuff together. Yeah. I'm gonna put this on like this screen. I wanna like see you guys populate that chat. What else we got? Michelle saying, Grumpy Granny, thanks for your YouTube videos. They're responding to us now. They're saying hello to all. They're saying hello to us. This is so cool. Gonna pop a headphone in. Ah, so excited! I dropped my headphone. Fun. This is hilarious. Yeah, go watch their live for a little bit. Why not? So they're talking about like Northern Territory. I've never actually been to the Northern Territory. Who has been to the Northern Territory? Increased competition. Market saturation among resellers, particularly new, leading to lower pricing and profit. Would it make you leave a category or selling it? How long would you stick around? Great question, Jonas. Great question. We'll answer that. John as Captain America Turtle. Yeah, I guess. I used to waste time filling out every item specific I could, only to find out as long as I fill out the required and some of the recommended. Yeah, they only need 5. They say 5. They only need 5. Jen, hello. Wait, Jen, are you new? If you're new, whereabouts are you from? Where in Australia are you from? If you're in Australia, I feel like I've seen the name. Just like spending time waving at all of us. This is fun. This is cool as. So cool. All right, at some point we're gonna start a new timer. This is fun, but also distracting. We're supposed to be listening. This is hilarious. Everyone's watching their stream now. Cool. One of the great features. So there was 28 people on their stream. Now there's 39. I know 11 of you guys are over there right now. One of the great features about Twitch is being able to raid other streams. So when a streamer goes offline, they basically transfer the viewers elsewhere. Right, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Went to airport in 91 on the way to KL. Is Alice Springs part of Northern Territory? Jen used to work at Alice Springs for 9 months, actually. She says that makes her tougher than I am. Probably. Okay, so Adam, yes, in the busy months, I am at 300 orders a month, so it stings, but it saves about an hour a day in processing orders. Jennifer is a friend of Sandra and myself. Got it. Welcome, Jennifer. Are you also in Donald? Now I'll go answer Jonas's question. All right, so Jonas's question: increased competition and market saturation among resellers, particularly new resellers, leading to lower pricing and profit. Would it make you leave the category you're selling in? How long would you stick around? I'm gonna move this because this is getting distracting. Thank you everybody for being sporting and fun. I'm pretty sure we spread a lot of joy in the States with our little stunt. Okay, so increased competition, market saturation. The first thing I think about is, how do you know how cheap the cheapest items can be bought for in that category? That's the first thing I go for. Whenever I get into any new category, that's the first thing I want to know, because I want to know how painful it is to sell at a low price. And so I give myself $2,000 any new category. So if tomorrow I decided I want to start selling Legos, I'll give myself $2,000 to see how far I can get with $2,000. Probably not very far as Lego is concerned, but with trading cards you can get pretty far with $2,000. So I'll give myself the $2,000. I'll try and buy as best I can, and then the algorithm with that budget, the algorithm on Facebook Marketplace, Gumtree starts to change. Not Gumtree so much. Facebook Marketplace starts to change already. Starts to give me more listings. I become more aware of how cheaply I can buy. I'm refreshing my Facebook Marketplace every half hour, because my focus for that period, could be a week or two, is just sourcing. Once I have that data point of like, all right, I know you can get as low as this, and anything lower than that is exceptional, which means anyone who buys that low and competes with me won't compete for long. I'm really after what's the ongoing competition going to look like. Most new resellers don't go through this research, which means any new reseller who picks up at that exceptional floor price is very much a lucky reseller, and you're not going to repeat. So most resellers are probably likely to pick up at the middle to high end, because I'm sourcing so aggressively. I've essentially taken off all the low end, right? So that's kind of how I go about it. In which case, then it gives me an idea of how often stock makes itself available throughout the year. Selling that same category, it becomes apparent maybe the beginning of spring, autumn, whatever it might be, different for different categories. When stock starts to hit the market a lot more, I source more aggressively. Then I allocate budget for that. I save up for those seasons as well. So if you've already done all that legwork, and we're talking about how does an expert defend their position in the market against a rookie, that's it. It's all that legwork. So I've done all that prep, and I know instinctively when I need to start spending more. I'm not leaving much in the market for everyone else to buy. So any new resellers that come to the market, I deal with like an annoying new reseller every so often, but they're not. But because they don't have that much stock to work with, and they also don't have eBay support as far as sell-through is concerned, because I'm moving, say 500 of the same category. When they bring their 10 to the market, eBay is not really putting them forward. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. And then the second thing is, I also am targeting a particular group of buyers. So therefore, the repeat buying process means that my buyers come to me directly. They don't even go to the search for them. So therefore, I don't really see a dip on this end, and I don't see a prolonged annoyance on this end. That's kind of how I see increased competition, especially from new people coming to the market. If I'm the only person selling the item, and I have enjoyed a streak of undisturbed competition for a while, then new competitors just provide a pricing point. If their pricing point is such that it's sustainable and I know it, so let's say if I buy an item for $1 and I'm used to selling it at 50 because it's just been my space for 6 months to a year, and then now someone comes on and they sell at 20, I'll be like, I'm annoyed by it, but the fact is I can still make profit at 20, so I'll just take all those items, put them up, multi-quantity, and sell it at 15. So they provide the pricing, the point at which that item moves even faster. So that's how I view competition. I'm not sure if that helps. Does it help? Let me know what your thoughts are on what I've just said. But yeah, to your point about do you leave a category? Not really. Not for any new resellers, especially if you are one of the main players in that space and you buy regularly enough. Because the fact is you're not leaving much on the table for others to buy anyways. Especially if you're like me and I buy interstate as well. Like I'm sourcing interstate, I'm sending courier labels all around the coast. Um, there really are not that many good lots left. In which case they are buying higher and they're selling lower. How long can they continue? You know what I mean? And especially if you're buying lower than them, they are selling lower than you still get more profit for what you sell. So their pricing just provides a reference point for buyers who want to compare, and they go, wait, there used to be two of this item, now there's five, but the cheapest one is still yours. And the one making the most profit is still you. So yeah. Unless the items are free, that's the only exception. But then those people don't have we're not talking a bunch of items just sitting there for free, right? We're talking a personal collection of 10 items, maybe 20 items. Once they're gone, they're gone. No reason to leave a category either. And what did the comments say? I was hoping there would be more comments on the topic, but no one's actually said anything. Huh. I have both YouTubes open with 2 tabs. Sounds crazy. Be funny to record that. Night Adam, Alice Springs is in the NT, and I agree that means she's tougher than you. Yeah, she was saying something like how in the morning they'll see, like the night before they'll see a car on the street, the next morning they'll see the car burnt. I'm like, wow, okay. But yes, answering. Let's go answer Jonas's question. Back on track. Come on, focus. You don't stop in the night. Drive straight through. Hey, Janelle's here. Hello, hello. So yes, what are people's thoughts on Jonas's question? Comment. Have you ever felt like there was too much competition, too much saturation, and you wanted to leave? Even if it's just for a season, then you wanted to leave. I'll give you guys time to comment. I'm gonna go take a break, get some food. I'm getting a bit peckish already. I have the food. I need more water though. Be back. Yep. Comment. I want to know. All right, gone for a few minutes. Where did John? Has John gone to blow his nose? John's gone to make like a child and get a snack. Who likes a snack? La snack. Yeah, I figured out the camera thing. Got some good answers here. Let's go read them. Let's see. DVDs are so competitive that I only sell sealed ones, and then only if they're $1 or under, and I see them somewhere, I'm already at. Wait. And then so competitive that I only do sealed ones now. Buy sealed ones now, and then if they are $1 or under, and if I see them somewhere, I'm already at. Yep, makes sense. Control the buy cost. You control the buy cost. You're not going to be too fast for the competition. Your books, there's so much competition. I only do very specific titles. Bang on. I don't compete on price, offer great service, and you don't always have to. I spend a lot of time photographing my items, often providing 24 photos. Same. So with the photos as well, one thing I've learned with Hot Wheels cars is you can charge near brand new prices for a second-hand car just because the person knows what they're getting, as opposed to a car that they don't know what they're getting. This is the competitive advantage I used to fear competing in a saturated market when I started, but not now. The sign of a it's like I feel like it's very similar to infantry. It's like when you first enter and when you first become a soldier, you know, it's all about the numbers. How many do you have? How many do they have? Eventually you become competent and you start thinking, doesn't matter how many they have. I already know how many I can take. Feels like that. Feels good. Maybe that will be the key feature of any live stream GG does. Crashing another live stream. Let's not call it crashing. Let's call it bumping into another group on the street, as you do. I was listening last 5 minutes and couldn't work out what on earth you were talking about. Yeah, we hopped onto another live stream because it's I think it's morning there, and they do like just general Q&A. Cajun Roots Reseller. So he popped in, I popped in. We've been popping into each other's chats briefly. And I just sent everybody into that chat. Told them to just say hello. And I think that's the most Australians they've had. I think 10 of you did it. Well done. I sell in a very saturated space in trading cards. New resellers don't bother me. I just do my thing and keep the customers happy, and they keep coming back to me. That's the thing. Like we talk about, and I already talked about it earlier as well. People expect a certain item to come. They know what the item should be. They understand the care level already. So when you ship an item a certain way and you ship it well and they get it and it meets expectations, they just come back. It's easy. I feel like you don't have to compete on price anymore. Only time you compete on price, I feel, is if the item is so cheap that the quality doesn't matter, or if the item is so expensive that the price matters, because 10% off 10 grand is still $1,000, and that matters. Do bundles of the same actor for cheaper? Yeah, I think Brad and Jazz do that too. Grumpy Granny is going to make crashing live streams, future live streams, a regular feature. Although, Granny, I don't think every live stream is like that. I feel like Johnny's live stream, Cajun Roots Reseller, I think his posture is everybody share everybody. The more for everybody, the better. It's a very abundant mentality kind of live stream. I don't think every live stream is like that, and you may find yourself crashing a Packer hyena kind of live stream, and that might not be nice for the brand. So you might want to be careful which live streams you crash, and maybe vet the ones you crash just to see what's running when. Yeah, I don't think everybody is as what's the word, as welcoming. I definitely feel Johnny's live stream is a lot more welcoming, probably the most welcoming out of all the live streams I've come across so far. Some of them are quite mindful that we will not share links. We're not gonna, because we want to preserve the line between free and paid. Yeah. Dave, I agree with your DVD and book comments. Has to be a very unique title for a DVD or book set. Chanel going, I sell in the many saturated markets and I play my game and let them play theirs. You don't have to be cheaper to get a sale. Not everyone searches or as cheaper prices. Many people prefer to spend more. Very true, Janelle. I was just thinking about the example of iPhone cases, how there are some people who will have one variation, like one listing, and they try their best to cram as many variations as they can into the single listing. And when you scroll through the listing, it's just so painful. It's listed by phone model, then by color, or it's listed by color and then alternates by phone. And then when you click on each one, it only gives you the same stock photo versus going to one that's maybe a bit more expensive, $2 or $3 more expensive relative to the item, of course. But then just the additional photo makes me buy that item, because to me, I go, I know it's the same item, but something about being given more photos makes me buy the more expensive one, because I just feel like there's going to be more care. Or I just feel like it's going to arrive faster, even if eBay predicts the same timing. Something about them trying to make it all cram into the same listing makes me go, I don't trust you. And so, yeah, there is a trust factor. We pay for that. However, that trust factor is conveyed. And from my understanding, you convey that trust factor quite well. And get faster or have more to look at, more variety, more variables. Yep. Yeah, my store is very much the combine. I do the combine order thing. I understand the multiple hooks. The larger the variety, and not just faster, regular replenishing. So to Jonas's point about new resellers, they don't reload, because if you're taking away the best slots on the market, if you're buying used, they don't have any profit to reload with. They can reload once or twice, and after that they just fizzle out. And really, what you're doing is you notice this, you end up competing. You can be in a category that has 50 competitors, but you just know that depending on which state you're sourcing it, you're just competing with one other person. You know that if that lot disappears, it's because of that person. And true enough, you see the lot, it disappears, you missed out because it's pending pickup. You go on eBay 2 weeks later, you see the item. You can pretty much track, because you're in there. You understand the movements of the inventory in the secondary market, anyways. It becomes less overwhelming, because the newbies, you just know the newbies are just getting their slice for a short period of time, and you don't let them bother you anymore. I even have customers on eBay now. They've gone through my store, can't find the card thereafter, so they message me or ask, I have it, before they go looking elsewhere. Yeah, they do. And then they're also willing to wait, and they'll wait for you to put a bundle together. And sometimes you'll put a bundle together and you've built enough rapport that you can even suggest, be like, they want a particular car. You go, by the way, I've also got these other ones here. You normally buy this particular type. If you want, and then you just take photos, like, look, these are what I've got. Here's what I'm willing to do price-wise. Done. Bundle sale. Stealing your kids' lunch snacks. It's weird with kids. They like something, you buy it in bulk, and then after that, they stop liking it halfway through, and you're stuck eating the rest of the bulk. So my kids were into the snacks for a bit, and then they got sick of it, and then they just started liking the Bluey biscuits, so we bought them, and then they stopped eating that too. And then now I think what's all the rage now? There was a shapes phase. Oh yeah, that's right. They're going through a fruits phase, which is weird, because my son started eating fruits and veg very early, loved it. My daughter only carbs and then the odd protein. And then suddenly she's just gone, I like fruits now. And she just wants to eat all the fruits. So she's competing with her brother for fruits. Go figure. Yes, books have seen much competition through and post-COVID. I noticed some books I used to get $70 for every time are sitters with average sale price of below $40 plus post. You want to blame Mel for that? Is it because Mel's pushing more volume up? Great customer service is very underrated, in my opinion. Agreed. I totally agree with you, Matilda. That's how I feel, especially with my books. I don't price for the market. I price for what I believe the book is worth. Ooh. But if somebody keeps replenishing the book, and your book doesn't move? How does that make you feel, Granny? And have you felt that? Have there been instances where you've priced for worth and you just haven't moved it because you've severely overestimated its value? Because I see that all the time. All it takes is for a replenishing reseller to come and keep replenishing the same item, and you have to accept the item's not worth what it's worth. Like I've had, oh yeah, here's another example for new resellers. Actually, I've had new resellers who come in where they only replenish the one item. So I've got the range. I know what the whole range sells for in conjunction with each other. Because I have the range, they can, like, because this is worth 20, this is worth 10 based on scarcity, rarity, whatever, right? And then I will get a reseller that comes in and only sells that one item. And I know why they've gotten it, because they've gone to some like Toy World, super clearance outlet, whatever it is, wherever they are. And they've seen the item go for $5 and they've just cleared the shelf. And so they're replenishing this item. And I know they've got multiple quantities because I've seen it on clearance. It's not a fast mover of mine. I'm selling it at about 30, but they've gone at 5 and they want $20 for it. So now I have to ask myself, is it worth 30? Yes, when I'm the only one selling it. When they're constantly like leaking the pipe with this item, if I want to move my item, I have to move it at 15 or wait for them to try out. But here's the thing: if it's two things I have to watch. Does it still continue to move slowly because the item just isn't in demand? Which means when someone does come and want to buy it, they're willing to pay 30. But of course, if they're willing to pay 30, they're also willing to pay 20. And the only reason they're going to come to me is because they're paying 30 plus other items of interest. So I'm losing out of that small, long tail pool of buyers. I'm already losing the single buyers. I'll get the joint buyer, but they're going to be like, I'll try and make an offer to John for 25. See, he'll take it. Of course, I'll take it. But not everybody wants to make an offer. Not everybody occurs to make an offer. You know what I mean? So in that case, they're 20, I'll just go 19. So I feel like holding out for what it's worth really depends on the situation, really depends on what you're seeing the market doing. And if you're, and once again, if you're familiar with what your market's doing, especially if you've been selling the same category for, in my case, 4 years now, you'll know, your gut tells you, yeah, I'm not going to wait. Especially if you're also the most aggressive sourcer for most of the items in your category, you get an idea of how likely are you to find the item again. And if you're likely to find the item again, just lower the price and move it on. Modern books oversaturated. I don't list very many published after 2000. Interesting. Customer service. I had major Karens in today, pissed off that she bought off eBay from me when she lives in the same town and paid postage. I have this game where I see how close I can ship an item, and I literally shipped an item down the road. That's a blooper reel. Down the road, literally 1 kilometer away. And then I messaged him and said, do you want me to do you want to come pick it up? He was like, nah, I don't want to bother you. I'll just ship it to me. I'm like, okay, cool. So that's the thing, shipping stuff nearby. What's your patchwork shop name? Have to check you out. It also helps that I'm a collector as well. So I just treat my customers and ship the items the way I expect to get them, and I expect to get items I buy sent to me. Yep. Yeah, learn to appreciate your items, I think. Learn to appreciate the items you sell the way that a buyer would. And it just changes the way you deliver. That's all. There are some media sellers that do that with mixed DVDs. Just drop down variation list. It's not a good experience. I get the efficiency, but it's not a good experience. It works for some categories, but yeah. Like, okay, if I was buying like drill bits and screws, I don't really need the visual experience. I just want to buy by material, by size, right? If I'm buying sheets of A4 paper in bulk, I'm not gonna care. Dunder Mifflin stuff. But if we're talking about, but if we're talking about collector items, fabrics, things that people want to potentially, move the mouse over the photo, get a zoom in, assess the detail. The whole variation thing really ruins that experience, I feel. Yeah. John, I hope you're not worried. I've listed 4 individual cars today. That means I have a total of 4 individual cars listed. No, I am not worried because I have listed 32 so far. Hi, Don, and say hi to Don and Susie. They have a cute dog. Who is Don and Susie? Hello, Don and Susie. Or you wholesale to your competitors, then you control their buy price and you know what they have in stock. Sneaky, just a little. Makes good business. Yeah, true. I let lots of bulk lots go, and I know who's picking them up, and you can tell they're not for kids. And then they try their luck, and then I see back on marketplace again for like they're trying to get the price they paid for it. Happens. Ooh, sorry if you don't like that sound. I take my kids shopping weekly and they get a budget to pick and buy their school snacks for a week. I get sick of buying school snacks for them to just say we don't eat that anymore. That is that's a great idea. I'm gonna do that now because my daughter can't do math because she's 3, but my son can. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give him a budget. Just go buy it, and then that way it's done. And then if he doesn't want to eat it, there's no more budget for the week. That's awesome. That's a brilliant idea. This is why I love having this YouTube channel, because there are people who do reselling channels. When I first started on YouTube, I didn't know where to place myself. You know, this whole branding exercise of what can you offer that no one else does. And a lot of people will they go, I'm gonna create a store, sell stuff, and it's all gonna be about the money. They're logging their progress, and then eventually they're boasting about their 6 figures and all their bolos and everything. And I just didn't like that. It felt pretentious and irrelevant to a lot of us, because most of us sell different things. Like, I'm gonna show you this vintage T-shirt, you're not gonna give a shit. And if I show you this vintage Hot Wheel, half of you not gonna care. So it's like that wasn't it for me. But the reason for the channel was to create community, first of all. Secondly, just to talk about life, because really, whenever we make the transition to reselling, it's about life. It's not about the products or the fact that we like shopping, although that's part of it. But deep down, it's really about how different does life look with this as a career, as opposed to, say, working a job 9 to 5. There's a lot of flexibility, hence the need for discipline. There's a lot of these live streams. There's a sense of I can do a lot of work in one particular, whether it's photographs, listing, shipping. If I do more of one versus the other, what's the impact for my business? Our businesses are all varied. What business principles anchor it together? And more importantly, what hacks in life can we put to good use? And so I'm learning so much about doing life. I'm sharing with you guys about my life. And that's really been the flavor of the channel. And I used to actually feel pretty, imposter syndrome for being a YouTuber who doesn't do like sourcing videos, because that's not what I do. In fact, but now I'm gotten quite comfortable with you guys. I'm just going to do a new eBay store for the fun of it and op shop stuff. But it's no longer like a prerequisite, because that's not really what the channel is about. The channel really is about the meaning that we create through this thing called reselling. And it's been cool. So thank you so much for that tip. It's very much on brand. And I will be running a budget I'll ask Jenny what budget we should give our son, and then I should film that. I reckon I should. What do you reckon? We'll film the buying and we'll film the meltdowns when he doesn't want to eat the thing that he bought. Books are rare, scarce, and vintage antique. They aren't replenishable. Yep. Excellent parenting. Justin St. John. Gigi used to do that, and all of her children grew up knowing the value of money. That is awesome. So we have the idea, and then we have the proven. Yesterday, customer asked for discount on item, and she also wanted it quickly. Gave her a $2.50 discount and offered to send express at no extra cost. She received in 2 days and asked me if I had any other leggings that she might like in the future. I told her to like my store and message when she sees anything she likes, and I will look after her price-wise. No competing on price, just service. Got it. Grumpy Granny's philosophy as well. Multi-listings for media where prices vary a lot is such a move, because the listing will say $1.99, but you open it and most of the items are heaps more, and most of the items are sold out. That's the part I hate the most. It's like when I'm comping, I go, I'm competing with you. I click on it. No, I'm not competing with you, but somebody has to go through this effort to get to me, which is annoying. Yeah. eBay needs to fix that. Janelle, can eBay please fix that, so if an item is out of stock, it doesn't rank as cheaper? Because yeah, I've seen items rank as cheaper because they've got the lowest price, highest price. But you go to the item, the actual variation listing, it should at least just rank for the lowest. It shouldn't rank for the item at all. It shouldn't show up, I reckon. Especially like if I put in Hot Wheels car, Ferrari, and there's a Ferrari in stock, it should show up. But if I put Ferrari GTO 250 and it's not in stock, that listing really shouldn't show up. So can eBay fix that? Is that in the works? Let us know. Buying a bottle of empty flat Lego boxes on Sunday. I need two and will eBay the rest. Interesting. Let us know how you go. What do I need? Do you have the box for the Gungan sub by any chance? If you know what that is, because I have the complete set for the Gungan sub. I'm hoping to get the box somewhere, but Chris Furlong said he sold the box for like $60. So, Anthony, hello, welcome. I need to learn how to drop down variation list. Look, drop down variation list is okay if it suits. If it's a used item, don't do it because it's just not a fun experience. People won't appreciate it, I feel. Have to go early tonight, flying to Sri Lanka tomorrow. Enjoy your holiday in the Maldives. Yeah. Share with us your photos on Instagram, Facebook. Or send me photos of your trip and I can make everybody jealous. do like a regular wish you were here photo. But yeah, seriously, enjoy your holiday. You work really hard. You work too hard. Yeah, you remind me of my mother. That's not an old comment. It's just that my mom works really hard as well. And I remember she's one of those people who like, I don't need sleep. But then you can tell, her knuckles are hurting, like her back starts to hurt, and she's like, nah, I'm fine. So yeah, go enjoy your holiday. Well deserved. Create listing on desktop, top right hand corner, settings, variation, switch on. Then after item specifics, you have the variations menu. Yep. I look to my current clients. If I have something else I haven't listed, I have another. Yep. For real. And that's the thing, right? If you already know the range that's available, and you know what's the likely next purchase, you can even say, I know that, here are some that I think here are some that I'm pretty sure you haven't bought yet. And they'll be like, oh my gosh, I haven't. Yes, they're actually on my kids' wish list. And then suddenly they know they're sorted. They never go anywhere else. They don't just look for you. They go back to the messages straight away. So and by the way, think about, when we think about lack of competition, right? The most competitive place for anybody to go to is Google. The next one is the actual eBay search. The next one is the saved seller search and messages. No, messages then saved seller search. So obviously, if they've saved the seller already, they come straight to you. No competition, straight to you. The next one is messages. People don't think about this. With them, if you've had a conversation back and forth with somebody and they haven't used and they're not using the new chat format for emails, and they still use the one where it's like line by line by line, you're filling out their inbox. Most buyers don't message sellers regularly, in which case, if they go back to that inbox, they only just see you and maybe some other seller they're talking to. They will come back and find you. So messaging is great because it isolates you away from other sellers. Thanks, EG. Hits you well. Hits you in the fields as well. Yeah, watching kids grow up is awesome. New items, best problem. The problem is the item specifics are generalized and can open yourself to an ad. Agreed. So really what it comes down to is, if it's a really standardized item, do it. If it's one of those, if you're trying to do it to save time and you really know that, and if you know that the buyer will get a benefit from you giving them more information as a standalone listing, do the standalone listing. And if you find that it's not going to be worth your time, don't sell the item. Trying to do because I see variations for used Hot Wheels, and it just bothers me because they take I take 14, sometimes 16 photos of the car. They take one photo, and then they're asking for something like $1 or $2 cheaper than mine. But really, it's not gonna move because the shipping price is still expensive, and they're hoping someone will just buy a few and add to cart. It doesn't happen. And then what I find is when I look at all these competitors, like I've sold something like almost 3,000 Hot Wheels cars in under a year. Whereas most of my competitors who are supposedly around the same size of listings, around the 2,000 listing mark, they've sold like maybe 500 in the same period of time, and it's gone down as I've come in because I'm just replenishing and providing value and a great range and lots of photos. So you can exploit all these gaps to find your space and then stay there. And then these guys will essentially just realize, wait a second, I've got 3,000 cars sitting here, but none of them is moving. Yeah, because I'm here. So that's another way to be competitive. But that's by giving value to the buyer, thinking about the buyer. That's it. Of course, buyers will buy from these sellers if they have no other choice. But if they have choice, they'll take the better choice. Janelle, have an amazing time. Don't forget to visit Patchwork Shop so you can claim the trip on tax. And Anthony says, boys were stoked about the shout out today. All right. Gonna eat and start another timer. I'm gonna sort out care for my son because he spiked the fever tonight. Fun, fun, fun. Mm. I just realized what the Dawn and Susie thing is now because I've just been to the I've just clicked the link like right, this makes sense. So you're gonna watch Dawn and Susie for a little bit. Pop the headphones in. I've listened.
We have a very unique we have a very unique challenge in Australia.
This is so hard to track. Far out. All right. Back, we're back, we're back. Timer's still running. Good. Yeah, let's keep these sessions focused. I think we had our fun crashing another live chat, but I want to get listing done too. So we will preserve the integrity of the listing live stream sessions to be a listing session. Ah, goodness. That's right, Justin. We're back. We're back. We're listing now. Need some feedback from you guys. What do you guys think? That was quick. Ooh. Can feel the whiskey going to my head. Must be the lateness. Ooh. How's everyone feeling? How's everyone doing? Are we going strong? I found this today. I'm curious to know how it will go. I think I might just start doing some comps. Why not? Take a break from listing. So this one is a size, it's like XL. So I'm 6 feet tall, and this is kind of like what is like on me. So I guess it kind of just fits, it kind of fits me. So this is Wednesday Adams. And then there was another one for what else did I get? I got there's like a Uniqlo Mario top. And then there's a so you got a comp these, I'm not idea what these are worth. And then there's some anime one. There are a couple of anime ones actually. Yeah, this one is not this one. This one's from the same range. I gotta look up which show it's from. Then there's like the My Hero Academia one. And then picked up a concert tee because from memory they sell back when I was doing clothing that short time. So this one is I think it's 30 Seconds to Mars. 30 Seconds to Mars, yeah. From 2014. And then from memory, all these like work Milwaukee, Makita kind of tops sell out. This one was in pretty good nick. It's like a racing top. All the print is still like not cracked. So I was like, all right, I'll give it a go. And see where we end up. So Makita Racing. And this was just for a friend. So yeah, let's comp them, see where we end up. It's actually not a Ford shirt. It's oh crap! I've been looking Makita as Milwaukee. Duh. Nope. It's the whiskey kicking in. You know what? More whiskey. Because this makes for a fun comping live stream. All right, let's do this. Let's see. Ah. Yeah, I'll share my screen so you guys can have a bit of fun. Let's do this together. Because on my own, I'm going to struggle. Is this the one? Yes. And then can I make it so that... All right. Oh, actually, I was just comping the other one. I'll show you guys the other one first. So, so this one is a size L, and there's a size medium that sold for $92. Interesting. So that one is called a Fairy Tale Anime 60th. So Uniqlo Anime Fairy Tale. Okay, so they're going for like 92, but someone sold for 23. Interesting. Uniqlo Fairy Tale Anime Black. None for sale. Okay. If I get rid of black, if they give me anything different, still 3. All right. So grunge goth demon tee. Condition is used. Yeah. So the used one sold for $92. How much did the new one sell for? So there was a new one that sold for like 24, but then the used one sold for 92. I guess we have a winner. So yeah, I guess this t-shirt is going to be priced up. Paid $5 for it. And apparently it's sought after. But hasn't been sold. This one sold in 2021, one sold in 2022. So it's just price and weight. Not bad. Happy with that. But I think there was another 60th one here as well, actually. I'm not sure if it's the same anime or not. Yeah, this one. So it's got the same kind of... This is me being an absolute noob, right? Because I don't buy t-shirts and I don't sell t-shirts, but I'm just giving this a go purely for kicks, so you can see me suffer as a newbie. So that was the $90 tee, 60th tag. Same tag, but with a slightly different design. So I'm curious to know what this one goes for. This one is a size L. I'm guessing they were donated by the same person. Lol. So none here. Google. So it's called, and it's Hypebeast. So I suppose it's Hypebeast is pretty valid. Weekly Shonen magazine. So it's the Shonen t-shirt. 150 shonen shirts. Right. So we're gonna work our way through them. Do we see the two that we have so far? So it's a fairy tale. Didn't spell that properly. Is that guy or a different guy? But what's that guy? Okay, so there is one listed for 59 in the States. Shit. That came out a bit loud. So this one, brand new in tags, is going for about $118. So we got two pretty valuable t-shirts. Surprise, surprise. Ta-da! I think it's more the power of the. So now we're learning something. I was gonna make a video on this, but I guess I can do a fresh video on this one if I want. Let's see. Let's go through the chat. If I didn't get the grading submission spreadsheet done tonight, lol. Once again, I got to get rid of that banner. Still learning. Cool. If I didn't get the grading submission spreadsheet done tonight, as I have to get the card sent off in the morning, I think I could have listed another 2 days worth of listings. Glad we helped. Sandra saying I'm going mad. Why? Good night. I can't join you in a drink. I'm at work. Oh, sorry. I must go to bed now, though, as the kids will be up in 5 hours. Thanks for keeping me entertained and accountable for listing. Catch you on the next one. Later, Justin. Liz, that 500 or so messages sitting there would drive me nuts. Even just one, I can't stand. Now, they're all the send offer ones. Yeah, I just ignore them. Okay, so Uniqlo actually sells well because Uniqlo shirts are made from a really nice material. So obviously you've got H&M stuff, like you've got stuff, everything, everybody licenses everything. Of course, if you have, like, my understanding is with Disney, it's over licensed. So Disney's licensing doesn't really, Disney's, so if you think of licensing as a principle, if you have the general license, then you narrow down by the character if the license is really, if the license is over licensed. So a good example is Toy Story. Toy Story is licensed everywhere. But finding stuff with the weightlifting guy, very hard to come by. So I'll show you. So Toy Story weightlifting guy, weightlifter. So like Rocky Gibraltar, right? This guy, any stuff with Rocky Gibraltar on it sells for a lot of money because he wasn't on a lot of the stuff. Hey, Jane's here. We were just, so Jane, for context, I'm starting her eBay store so that I can suffer like all the newbies, because I have very niche stores and I move 1,000 items a month, and I sometimes forget what it's like to start from scratch. So I've actually picked up a bunch of t-shirts from the thrift, and I'm going to go through them. And we've discovered some expensive shirts, namely this, that if it had its tag, it's going for about $119. And this one, currently used, they're going for about $50 to $90, and we paid $5 each. So they are the same size, donated by the same guy, and they're from the same collection. So I'm guessing in the thrift at the right time. And we're just talking about why these shirts, when they're brand new, they're $30, why they go for more secondhand. And this is where the conversation continues. Talking about how, and this is usually what happens after the 30-minute listing time, where I'm quiet and listing, and then 10 minutes we talk about something. And so we're talking about how if licenses are general and everybody, I've also had whiskey, so the face is a bit red. Yes, so if let's say with Toy Story, licenses are general, anything with Toy Story essentially has no value, retail value. Secondhand, the value goes down. But if you can find something that has a particular character, because that's the special part of that license. With the octopus, if the newer Toy Stories with the hedgehog, Mr. Pricklepants, with Trixie, the Triceratops, then those things hold their value or actually increase in value over time. Because as with all things that are intended to be used instead of collected, as time goes by, items get used, the stuff in good condition is just harder and harder to come by. If the item has quality, more sought after. So when I think about the Uniqlo stuff, Uniqlo as a brand makes really comfortable t-shirts. They are also like that stretchy kind of cotton material. So in a sense, it suits most body types and it doesn't unflatter body types. So when you think about the fit, the comfort, the material wise has great quality, and then because they've chosen to license something a bit more left of center anime wise rather than say Dragon Ball Z. If it was a Dragon Ball Z t-shirt, wouldn't hold its value just because it's a very commonly licensed thing. So I feel like when you add the fact that it's not a commonly licensed brand, not a commonly licensed franchise, plus a brand that has a product that doesn't break down so quickly, it holds its value. H&M stuff, for example, it's more like buy and throw away kind of material. That stuff loses its shape. Even if the license was popular, the clothing themselves don't keep. So because of that, they don't hold their value. So I think for those reasons, that makes sense. Next one, looking at the we're gonna look for the Milwaukee shirt that I was looking as Makita just because I've had whiskey. So this is the Milwaukee racing tee. What does it go for? Let's figure it out. Hola Terra Peak. Milwaukee Racing 354. Whoops. Okay. Ford 5. There we go. Okay, so it's it's a V8 supercars. Got it. V8 supercars. V8 supercars from memory do well. Gotta find the specific T, not this one, because this one is more of a T-shirt. So that's $26. Did we put in just shirt? Yeah, we just put in shirt. Button shirt, polo. What would you call this? So button shirt. Can we find the one that we have? Is it here in the results? Ding, 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 ding. Next, Dave. Use electric soda in your wash. It's in a small bag in the washing detergent aisle. Cool. John, you need to do a Toy Story chat. I have so much knowledge in my head. Sometimes I wonder what's gonna happen to it when I die. It's like super scary. It's super scary having this much knowledge in your head because then you train when you're gonna train somebody, you're like, where do I even start? Erasing shirt. 77. Ooh, okay. So this one is a size L, and it looks like this one here because it's got the 23. It's got like the 23 red as well, but not exactly the same. So they are wanting $25. I thought it'd be more, but not apparently. The hoodies. This is a brand new hoodie, pre-owned racing jacket, 100. All right, so it goes to show the thing that you expect to go for more doesn't. And it's actually kind of funny because it's funny, right? All these t-shirts were $5. This is the one that was priced at $7 because obviously the people, when they were sorting through it, they thought this must be worth more. And looking at the tags, most of them are yellow, which means that they were all probably done around the same time. See? Yeah. So they obviously thought this was worth more, but it's not because the Uniqlo stuff is worth more. Shows you that op shops don't know a lot. Op shops also just go with their gut, really. And that's not a bad thing because there's always margin to be had. This is an op shop that I go to. I generally don't get any toys from them. I've only ever gotten one thing from them in the last month, 2 months actually, even. and it was that stack of comic books that you saw on Instagram where they put a bunch of comic books like face up like this on a shelf that was in the kids section, but high enough that only an adult could see it, so no one was going to pick it up. And they wanted $5 for a book, I think, and then eventually they ended up selling it for just $1 a book. And those books sell for about $6 to $9 a book. And it was in order as well, 15 books in a row. So yeah. What's Grumpy Granny saying? Oh my god, too. Oh my god. Now, Jody, you don't just pick up more Uniqlo. You pick up for licenses that are a bit obscure. So obviously, obscure can go both ways. And I suppose if you spend enough time, so I sell action figures, so I know what's mainstream, what's not mainstream. Versus, if let's say if you're not in that entertainment kind of field and you don't sell a lot of that stuff, and you go to the shop, everything's going to feel a bit obscure, isn't it? So you kind of need to know. So my gut says it's obscure, but so this is another Uniqlo one, and this one is a Mario tee, 85 and 20. I figured this was more of a, not everybody wants to wear the colors of Mario, and I thought, I literally bought this. I'm talking through my thoughts, right? Because here's it. I think I'm comfortable enough with YouTube that I'm willing to state my thoughts as is without actually hiding them. Some people would try and figure out a good reason rather than a bad reason. To be honest, I was just going through the rack and going, you know what? If I were to support any sort of franchise, I kind of don't want to always be stuck to their colors. So not everyone wants to wear the red, blue, and white or the Luigi colors. Sometimes you just want something black and white. So that's actually my thought. I went, Mario's popular. And when I think about Mario, it's popular, black and white, common. Most people who don't like bright colors would choose these colors. And the fact that I don't know what 8520 stands for. Paul Laurie, do you know? I don't. But I figured it must mean something, right? So what's the Uniqlo Mario 85 and 20, whatever that means. There you go. So we paid $5 for this. This one goes for about $30-something. Wait, I'll get rid of the banner. So it goes for about $37. Brand new, about 67. Paul, what does the 85 and 20 mean? I've got no idea. Also, Granny, I think we need to, because of the intention to be productive, we have to maintain that. So therefore, moving forward, we are not going to crash any more live streams or promote any more live streams. I will do that in like a separate, just general Q&A. I feel like if it's a listing session, we have to stick to the listing and be disciplined. So I'm making that call, and then I will do something more casual, and then we can go crash live streams then around the same time, because it feels like this overlaps a lot with the mornings in the States and in the afternoons in the UK. Yeah, because that way at least we can do a live stream and I can actually drink, because I feel like I cannot do whiskey and list at the same time. So yeah, we will not cause havoc during the listing live streams, but we will do it at a different time. T Fury. I've actually never bought anything T Fury before, so I've got no idea what this brand actually sells for, but I'm curious to know. So My Hero Academia is one of those franchises that I feel is overly licensed, but we'll see what we get. Huh. Okay. No comps. What is T Fury anyways? I wonder how much they sell for normally. So T Fury is like Right, so the shirts go for like $13. $21, okay. So this is fairly current stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So these t-shirts are like, we paid 5 for these, they probably go for like 10. Which means this Wednesday Adams one's probably going to be in a similar boat as well if it's current. Why are there so many t-shirts? There we go. So social distance goth girl. All right, so this is like a current thing. It's $25, but this is like the older version, right? Can anybody tell me what her name is? Grumpy is saying, I'll get a whole heap of subs. Thank you, Grumpy. GG, you have done well. Proud of you for staying the distance off the bit. Nice, Grumpy. You are very much our PR person. You do represent Australia. We are appreciative of all your efforts. Yeah, I know it's Wednesday from the Addams Family, but it's not the Ortega one. What's her name? What's this actress's name? This is not the Ortega one. This is the other Wednesday. What's her name? Like, this is not Jenna Ortega. I forget what her name is. The actress. Oh wait, lol. It's just the next shut up. So it is. So this is still current too. Cool. So this is $25. So essentially, we're expecting something like $10 for these two shirts. So at the moment, it's looking. Oh, we have to still comp the. We still have to comp the concert shirt. So this one is a 30 Seconds from Mars 2014 in Australia concert tour. Any guesses what it's worth before we comp it? So 30 Seconds from Mars t-shirt. This one sold in July. Someone seems to have listed one for $18. This one went for £25. Ooh, wow. Okay. 2008. 30 Seconds from Mars t-shirt. Eesh. This is like crappy sell-through. So we got 30. So we have 90 listed and only one sold. This sucks. Oh wait, because I put concert. What if I don't put concert in the search? 9 sold. But yeah, 9 sold, 90 listed. This is lousy sell-throughs. This will just sit here for a bit until somebody takes it. Because like the Love, Lust, Faith, and Dreams, how many are we competing with? 8 listings. So this one's someone has it for $18. Oh no, sorry, $29. Why am I sitting in eBay.com? It should be ebay.com.au. No wonder. Low. So someone is selling this for $29 plus $10 shipping. It's a size large. What size do we got? We have a medium. I wonder if the medium will do better than a large. Interesting. All right. So in short, where we land is this is probably like a $15 shirt, right? I'm not gonna hang on to it. So it's like $5 to 15. So let's say we got $10 profit there. $5 profit on the Wednesday one. So 10, 5, 15, another $5. So 20. Racing shirt, we were saying like 20 to 25, right? So we paid $7 for this. So let's just assume we get another $10 if I take a best offer. So we got $15 profit, $10 profit, $25 profit, and then we got our anime shirts that we no, not yet, not that. We got this Mario one that's $30. So we paid 5 for it, 25, 15, 25, 40. And then both our anime shirts that I'm going to just put on for like $50 and take a best offer of 40. Or like 70, take a best offer of 50. Let's just say we sell them both for $100 combined. We paid $10, so it's 90. So it's 90, 40, 130. I say that's not a bad haul. $130 of profit on a bunch of t-shirts that are not really not vintage, current-ish, sought after for good reasons. I'm okay with that. That show is cringy watching it. I'm a fan of the original. What profit you trying to get? Nice recipe setting. I'll keep it. Yeah, so I'm not trying to get anything in particular. I'm just learning. I've never actually sold t-shirts at the volume that I sell toys at. So I guess I'm just curious if I can. I'm going to just thrift whatever. So really, when I go to a thrift store now, I'm going to. Actually, I remember now why I was going to do this. So Mel and Tom are coming to Melbourne on Thursday, and we're going to go thrifting for the whole day. So my first thought was, I want to hang out with you guys. I want to go do video, just get to know you guys. I've never met Tom in person, so that'll be fun. But at the same time, I was like, well, if we're going to hit up all these thrift stores, some of the Ballarat guys are going to come down. Jody is going to come join us, I think. And then Michelle Martin, who you guys see on the chat, sometimes she's going to come join us too. But yeah, like, I've never thrifted. So I was like, what am I going to get from a thrift store if I'm going to hang out with them all day? I mean, I'm not going to just sit there and edit video or whatever while they go and clear out the savers. So I thought, let's start what better time than to start a new store, and then since we've got unlimited listings anyways, and see where we end up. So yeah, this is the start. And then we'll see where else we end up. I think that'll be cool. But yeah, from the looks of things so far, I know how to. I've found my off-center meter has found us value. So we haven't really bought things that are $5 that sell for $5. The lowest has been 10, the highest has been like a $70 t-shirt. But none of them are quick sell-through items. They're all gonna sit for a few months anyways. So now to work on the sell-through part. Would you, as a newbie, be trying to double your money? I don't know. I feel like, of course, I want to double my money or more. But for me, I think I want to, at the start, I'm always about learning a category. I'm not trying to get a particular margin, because you sell in the category long enough, and you realize therapy gives you sales. It doesn't give you when it was listed, so you don't actually know when things will sell. yes, you can figure out sell through based on the number of items that are sold versus what's listed, but that's still very much a estimate. It's not guaranteed because there's a lot of variety when you like. Even when we looked at the Milwaukee shirts, you saw there's the button up, not the button up. There's the round neck. There's different materials. There's the cotton versus the polyester. There's different variations of, and so like if different variations just of the different ways the sponsors were printed. So, for example, you have 5 years worth of something with the same sponsors, but one on some the sponsors on the shoulder on the what's this muscle called, the deltoid versus the chest. Some people prefer it here. So you don't really, just minor variations affect sell through, and for those reasons, you pretty much just have to buy the item and see whether your item sells first instead of the other one, and only you can notice that if you're the seller, because you know when you listed it. You know that you came to the party later than what's there, and if you left the party earlier than what's there, you now learn something about the category that someone on Terapeak wouldn't learn, because someone on Terapeak will see you're sold, but they won't know when it came because they're not tracking it the way you are, especially if they came after you've already listed it. And so when I start selling any category, I'm trying to figure that out, figure out the rhythms of that category. Obviously, not lose money, but not making money, specifically making a margin of a particular number, is not my focus. Of course, I want to be profitable, but I recognize that I'm learning, very much learning. And just being honest with myself, like I'm not trying to convince myself that my perspective is right. And here's the thing: a lot of people, when they start business, they have this mentality of like, surely somebody wants to buy this. Say they grew up with a particular recipe of cake or bread or whatever, and then eventually they go, you know what? I've enjoyed this all my life. Surely other people will as well, and they will come to the market with that mentality. And then even when sales are slow, they go, nah. Surely people will like it. They just have to try it, and then they try it, and then the sales doesn't go up. They go, but surely because I like it, and then they get stuck in the because I like it, others have to like it too, and that's wrong. You have to give the market a chance to criticize your logic for picking it up. Similar to how I did the whole Mario thing, I went black and white. Surely someone will want the black and white instead of the red, blue, white version or the green, blue, white version. Surely the 85/20 has to mean something, because I've seen a whole bunch of Mario tees, none of them have numbers on it. So these numbers have to mean something, right? The market will then tell me, no, actually, those numbers don't mean shit. So quite frankly, you picked them up for the wrong reason, and I have to then accept that. So that's really what I'm doing. I'm buying something, having the reasons why I bought it, testing against the market. If the market says those reasons are valid, I keep looking for those items with that reasoning. If the reasoning isn't valid, I don't pick it up anymore. Doesn't matter whether I like it, doesn't matter what I think the market should like it. Sometimes I might wait 3 months, 6 months, but then if there's no response, ditch it, get something else. Because the thing is, there's plenty of stuff for you to pick up. So you don't really have to fixate on the particular hypothesis that you believe to be right. Because you lose money for all the time you're waiting to be proven right. When really, if you wait that long, they're proven right, the market's not big enough, leave it, get something else. As far as 35th anniversary of Mario, 85/20. Oh, that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Laurie. So yeah, significant. There you go. I thought it was some sort of like perfect score that you had to be honest, I thought it was some sort of like high score you hit, like 85/20, like it means something, like some sort of kill rate. I don't know. That was what I thought. Like you're wearing this badge of honor on your chest. But 85/20 for those reasons, still all right. Jody saying savers have good toy bags for you. Yes and no. I don't like the fact that they bundle them in bags, because sometimes the bags are pretty like rubbish, and sometimes they just bundle it for the wrong. Like you'll get Happy Meal Hot Wheels with good Hot Wheels, which essentially doubles the cost of the good Hot Wheels, and then they're not worth buying. Although Chris Furlong did buy a bunch of Pixar cars, and then he asked me if I wanted them, and I said yeah. So I doubled his money. So he picked them up, and then he doubled his money, gave it to me. So essentially, he paid $1 a car. I paid him $2 a car. And then in the bags, there were some cars that were talking, like Pixar car cars. And so, like, there's a Ramon in there that can talk. And essentially, I think it goes for about $40 to the right person who wants the talking diecast car. So that was a win. but very, very hard to come by. And also, I find I don't like the savers model because they put the toys in a wall. And a lot of the times, the parents who come there to shop, let their kids just remain at that wall, and then they just end up crashing the toys, and it does my head in. So for those reasons, I find going to Savers for toys very annoying. For clothing, on the other hand, I noticed that it's kept mostly quite organized and quite orderly. Yeah, but it does sometimes feel like the place that lower socioeconomic families go and hang out. It's a general assessment, and I'm sorry if that offends anybody, but that's the vibe I get. It's parents on a budget trying to buy good stuff for cheap with children who have zero discipline, and you see the way they treat toys. And it's like, so I like the other day I went there, right? I saw like a large Lightning McQueen that I wanted to buy, and they were wanting $10 for it, and I know it goes about 40 to 50 on eBay depending on the condition. One kid, you hear this like the sound of hollow plastic hitting cement, and my heart broke. It's like, so yeah, nah. Not even Hopper's Crossing, Jody. The one in Ringwood as well. My gosh, like it's like if you've ever been to Ringwood, if you're from Melbourne, there's Eastland, which is this fancy shopping center. It's got all the big brands in there and all the expensive brands. And then down the road, it's like Savers. You've got Savers, Salvos. I think there's a Vinnie's as well. And it feels like a city. It feels like one of those. There's this either side of the tracks kind of vibe along that one road. Yeah, went to that Savers, pissed me off. I bought 3 VHS tapes the other day and for $2 total, horror movies in original video store, clamshell cases. Wife thought I was mad, but they will sell, and she will think you are mad genius. Paul Einstein Laurie. Kids just threw all the toys on the floor and made a mess. I didn't know there was a Savers in Ringwood. Yeah. It's opposite the parking lot where the Baby Bunting is. It literally is just next to the Salvos. Must be recently opened then. Oh, I feel like I've discovered a new wind. Whiskey is kind of helping. But yeah, so we're starting a new eBay store. This is fun. I'm excited. And yeah, any toys that I can't figure out where to put it, we'll just put it in this store too. And Paul, I will play with categories because I've always just created new stores whenever I wanted to do a new niche of something, and because I know it's going to go to like 1,000, 2,000 listings anyways, I never bothered with categories. But if this store will probably not be that big, so I will bother with categories and see how I go. Wow, it's 2:30 already. I should probably go to bed. Well, everybody, I think now it's as good a time as any to call it a night. Thank you for popping in today. And yeah, we'll experiment with a daytime stream sometime next week. Maybe I'll just commit to a whole Tuesday of streaming, daytime, nighttime. If your descriptions, John, you could also link across stores. In your descriptions, you can link across stores. Interesting. Something to think about. I am curious about that too, actually. Thanks, Jane. Appreciate you coming. Yeah, this jam for this we've got the listing live streams. I also do like a long drive and dive kind of format where if you see any of the thumbnails in the video where I'm actually driving, that's essentially my podcast. So if you want to check that out, you're more than welcome to do that too. Play that in the background. And then the rest of the videos are more topical. We just cover specific topics. Yeah, glad to have you here. No whiskey for you. I will consume this last drop for yourself. Jody, yes, bedtime, interesting chat and live. Thanks for making it different and entertaining as usual. You're welcome. I'm just being me. I'm just comfortable being me now. there once was a time where I felt the need to be specific, on point, topical, very proper. Now I'm like, whatever. You guys accept me for me. You guys love me for me. So on the cars listings, you could go, hey, are you into action figures, and link to it. Yeah. So I've been thinking about that because I mean, I do get overlap buyers occasionally. I've noticed more and more now that I'm getting like dads who buy Hot Wheels, and then I'll see them buy like toy trains for their kids, and then I'll be sending to the same address. The funny thing is though, with that model, is that you still can't combine shipping because you need to provide tracking somehow. So you can't provide the same tracking number for the same buyer. So I feel like, especially if eBay insists on keeping tabs on tracking and withholding money if your tracking isn't uploaded, that could be a problem because I'm not sure people will ask if they want or ask for listings to be combined shipped. That's the only issue I see. And then they've also said that there's no way for you to combine stores together now either. Because it would be nice if I can combine my stores together, just have the one store, right? They all photograph the same way. The photographs all like look the same. But so let's say if I combine it by category, it would work. But then eBay doesn't have a way of combining it. My repeat buyers whom I rely on already know my brand, so they're not gonna carry over as easily. I'll lose a bit of sales that way and have to pick it back up again. So in that sense, doesn't it make the linking thing kind of counterproductive? Thanks, Sandra. You can't use the same tracking across two stores. No, you can't. So you I think you can't use the same tracking across two stores, and you can't use the same tracking across two usernames. That's from my memory. Yeah. Yeah, it's they limit it, I think, because they also want to make sure that you can. I think the reason for it is to attribute responsibility when things go wrong. So therefore, if you have multiple accounts, eBay knows who we are, but the seller doesn't. Yeah. I should go to bed. Tomorrow's a big day. Whew. All right, everyone. Love you all. Night. And can I say, just as much as I'm teaching you guys are giving me an opportunity to expand. I love the fact that this is the alcohol talking, but let's have it, right? I love the fact that with YouTube, it's made me expand. It's made me grow. It's made me try new things. It's made me get out of my comfort zone. Even though it feels like I'm in my element, it's very much a newly discovered in my element. So all of that, thank you. We'll see you guys in the next session. Bye. Oh, actually, no, wait. Good Lord. One last question. How do you guys feel about I was gonna do listings Tuesday daytime, Tuesday nighttime, but that feels like a lot of listing time for most people. And most people probably don't want to do that much listing in one day, unless you feel a one-day focused listing time makes sense. Do you think the daytime should be a different day? What do you reckon? Like, should I do Tuesday and then Friday daytime? Because I know the Tuesday night works very well. I'm gonna keep that slot. Would it be would Friday daytime? Would it be like a Tuesday night, Friday daytime thing? Or would you reckon if I just do straight Tuesday, the whole of Tuesday? So like Tuesday, I'll run a listing live stream from like 10 till I don't know, 10 till 3 even. I'm happy to list for that long. I've got that many photos anyways, and I can focus like an autistic child. So therefore, yeah, if I do like Tuesday daytime, just list from like 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock, Um, I could actually, you know what I reckon? I could even set up the morning one where the listing station is, so that where the photo station is, so that way I can take photos, list, alternate tasks. Yes, I'm just not sure whether you guys would get the most out of it, because obviously some of you guys who are used to having 2 sessions a week, whether you would actually get more or less if it's the same day. That's all. Because from what I'm hearing, having prepping for the listing session takes some time for some of your categories, and having it all on the same day may not be the best use of time for you guys. Whereas if I do Tuesday night and then Friday morning, potentially, I don't think anyone live streams on Friday morning. Jody, Friday night is good for me. Tuesday after school is better for me, but would like to see you do your photos. Sorry, can't type. Daisy keeps putting her head on my face. um, Tuesday night, Friday morning then? Friday 10 till Friday do I have to pick up the kids? Friday I can go. Friday I've got a full day. So yeah, Friday I can do Friday 10 to 3, I reckon. What do you reckon? Like yeah, so Tuesday, Friday. What do you think? Friday morning? Shall we try that next week? Friday morning. What suits you, though, and your family is that? Yeah, so I'm picking times that I can do. So I just want to know what works for you guys. Essentially, what I want to know is, if it's 2 sessions in the same day, will you actually use it? Versus you're more likely to use it if there's a gap of days between the sessions. That's what I want. That's really the question I'm asking. Yeah, so the Friday will be during the day, not nighttime. I'm not gonna do 2 night streams anymore. Because I feel like two night streams will be 2 night streams feels a bit redundant. Because at the moment we've essentially derailed 2 Thursdays in a row, um, not including Granny's last stream, like the previous Thursday, then Granny's, and this Thursday. And so I'm thinking we do one night one and one day one, because more people more likely to get stuff done during the day. So Friday 10 a.m. to 3. What do you reckon? 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Because then it'll give some of the daytime people a crack as well. Because the format, no one's doing this format at the moment, and the format seems to work. Everybody who does like a long live stream seems to just talk and not actually do any work, or have like talking in the background whilst you guys work, but not everybody wants the noise. And it feels like this format works for those who actually want the silence for half an hour, but still feel connected to the community getting work done. I'm gonna send offers out while you guys reply. Ooh, 11 send offers. Let's go, let's go. All right, so Jody says nighttime is my quiet time. Everyone has gone to bed and baby birds are sleeping. Sandra, will you join you on the Friday? I will see GG. Exactly. Night shift sucks. Thanks, Sandra. Mornings after 10 are best for me. Cool. All right. Would be after 1 p.m. on Friday, Tuesday, no good. Maybe there would be a completely different crowd during the day. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Like, it's just a completely different crowd. Get some like an increased engagement. So if I do, all right. So how I reckon what it sounds like is Friday. If I go from 12 till like Friday, if I go from like 12 till 4, even that could work. Yeah, 12 till 4. It's only 5:37 here, and I'm already tired and yawning. Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon I'll do. What time is it in the US during that time? Actually, 5 p.m. AE. What is 5 p.m. AEST in California, for example? So that's midnight. Yeah. So essentially, if I do like a, it coincides with their nighttime, so that works. Okay. Interesting. Friday afternoon then. Friday, I finish my patchwork at 12:30. Should be home by 1. I have a room of that needs listing. Okay, so I'm gonna try this, right? Tuesday night to the 9:30 to 2, we'll keep that. And then on Friday, I'm just gonna do like a 12, like 11:30 a.m. till 4 p.m. kind of deal. Because 4 p.m. is when I have to start leaving to go pick up my kid. Done. I think we figured it out. Actually, I'll just do that. I'll just do that tomorrow. I reckon. Oh wait, can I do it tomorrow? Yes, I can. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll try it tomorrow and see how we go. So if you guys want to hop on, feel free. I'll start tomorrow at 12 p.m. All right, Nikes for real. See you guys tomorrow.